We are back on the record after our morning break. State of Iowa versus Jeremy Everett Goodale, FECR 005144. And Mr. Molding, you had indicated, or Mr. Brown had indicated another witness. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's correct, Your Honor. At this point, the state would call Fairfield Police Lieutenant Julie Kinsella.
Do you promise or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please have a seat.
Good morning, Lieutenant.
Good morning.
Could you state and spell your name for the benefit of the court reporter?
Julie, Julie, Kinsella, Kinsella.
Lieutenant Kinsella, what is your profession?
I'm a police officer for the city of Fairfield.
How long have you been with the city of Fairfield?
29 years.
Thinking about retiring anytime soon?
In about 11 months.
Who's counting?
Not me.
I'll just jump right into it. How did the Fairfield Police Department become aware that Mrs. Graber had gone missing?
Mrs. Graber had what?
Gone missing.
Paul Graber, her husband, had reported her missing.
What were the circumstances of that report?
Paul said that he had been in Texas visiting his brother over the weekend and his son Christian, who had flown back into the States. He said he got back on Monday night. On Tuesday, he had a doctor's appointment in Iowa City. He came home Tuesday night, didn't see Noema Graber. His wife assumed that she was at Mass. So he said he was very tired and he had gone to bed. When he got up the next morning, the school had called him. He didn't see his wife, and that the school had called and said that she was a no-show, no-call at work.
According to Mr. Graber, would that type of no-show, no-call been an unusual pattern for Mrs. Graber?
Yes.
Now, Lieutenant, is it unfortunately accurate that when a spouse goes missing, the husband is often considered a first suspect?
Yes.
Was Mr. Graber ruled out as a suspect in this case?
Yes.
How so?
His alibi was confirmed later on. The second thing about Mr. Graber is when we called him back for an interview at the law center, Paul Graber was in a boot. Just the exertion of physically walking from the parking lot to the law center was taxing on him. The terrain of the murder scene, he wouldn't have been able to, either carry Noema Graber or even walk along that trail in his condition.
We'd previously reviewed photographs of the crime scene. It's a relatively steep embankment there.
Yes.
Pretty rocky.
Yes.
Mr. Graber physically would have had difficulty navigating that terrain.
Yes.
Okay. So it was reported as a missing person.
Yes.
At a certain point, it transitioned into a homicide.
Yes.
Could you discuss that transition?
As soon as we went to the park and we located what we assumed was Noema Graber's body, then it became, once we had a body, a missing person, and transitioned into a suspicious death.
About what time was that body discovered?
Approximately 7:32 p.m.
And this is early November. Is it pretty dark when they find the body?
Yes.
And so when was positive identification made for the body that turned out to be Mrs. Graber?
Not until the following morning when the DCI lab processed that crime scene.
Okay. We're here in the case of State versus Jeremy Goodale. How long did it take between the body being found on the side of the tracks there and Mr. Goodale being taken into custody?
Approximately 10 and a half hours.
And Agent LaValletta has kind of discussed the investigative steps. Were you there and present during the course of the acts and events that Agent LaValletta discussed?
All except for the processing. Once the DCI agents started processing different crime scenes, I'd been up for 26 hours. So I'd gone home at that point.
Were you able to develop a theory or as to Mr. Goodale's motive of the killing of Mrs. Graber?
Yes.
Could you discuss that?
Chaden Miller was basically flunking Spanish. He wanted to go to Spain that summer to build his college resume. He couldn't get into the exchange program without a passing grade in Spanish. So he came up with the idea of killing Mrs. Graber because she was flunking him in Spanish, and asked Jeremy Goodale to assist him.
What was the relationship between Chaden Miller and Jeremy Goodale?
They'd been friends since grade school.
And it's your understanding that this was Chaden Miller's idea?
Yes.
And Jeremy Goodale was asked to assist?
Yes.
What did Jeremy say when he was asked?
He said yes right away.
So to the extent the motive existed, it was mostly Chaden's motive, correct?
Yes.
What was Jeremy's reasons for assisting or following through?
To quote his words, he didn't want to, quote unquote, be a pussy
By backing out?
by backing out.
Did you interview Mr. Goodale along with Special Agent Kedley, where he disclosed and discussed his part in the homicide?
Yes.
Was the defendant's Snapchat account ascertained by law enforcement?
Yes.
What was that account name?
The Snapchat, Jeremy Goodale's was Dark Wolf and some numbers.
What was his pattern of life there on Snapchat? Was he pretty close to the chest with information, or did he talk a lot?
He talked a lot.
Who did he talk to?
With the Snapchat regarding the murder, he talked to both John Burnett. He talked to Ben Bauer, who on Snapchat was Ben Bauer and some numbers. And he talked to Mr. Awesome Dude, which was later determined to be Jack Roll. And Jack and Ben were gaming buddies of his.
Not local.
Correct.
Would it be fair to state that Jeremy made some sort of a confession over Snapchat to his gaming buddies?
Yes.
Okay. We've previously reviewed State's Exhibit 128. That's the photograph of what appears to be Mr. Goodale stating, point of view, you're my Spanish teacher, and this is the last thing you see. Are you familiar with that Snapchat?
Yes.
How did that develop?
It was obtained through the Snapchat search warrant and the results that were provided by Snapchat to us.
So these were provided from Snapchat themselves and not from his phone or another means?
There were pictures on his phone too.
Okay.
With the same thing.
But they were verified by Snapchat?
Yes.
Okay. It's possible you've already talked about this, but did the defendant have any other communications via Snapchat that aided in your investigation of this case?
I mean, other than the people that we've talked to, no.
Okay. Turning to the arrest of the defendant, was he held pending charges in the Jefferson County Law Enforcement Center?
Yes.
Could you walk us through kind of what that setup is like?
So it's an interview room. It's obviously recorded and both audio and visual.
Are there notices that are provided when you enter the room as to its audio and video recording status?
It's posted on the door.
Okay.
In both interview rooms.
There's 2 interview rooms?
Yes.
Who were held in the 2 rooms?
Chaden Miller was held in the first interview room, and then Jeremy Goodale was held in the furthest one to the west.
There was a law enforcement interview of Chaden Miller that morning, correct? The morning of November 4th?
Yes.
Was there an interview done of Mr. Goodale?
No.
And that was because he invoked his right to not make statements?
Right.
That being the case, did the defendant make any statements or admissions while in the interview?
No living being should ever eat processed food for every single meal of their life. Good, real food is
Out. He said he's not shocked. He says he doesn't feel any guilt, and he feels no remorse.
Let's turn to the impact of the community of Mrs. Graber's murder. In the immediate aftermath of her death, what actions were taken by the Fairfield community from a public safety perspective?
We obviously had a high presence in every school. We worked with the school to get mental health counselors to the school. We worked with the community to get mental health counselors provided to anybody in the public that would need those, or refer them to places so that they could obtain services. Trying to reassure the public that we had caught the two individuals that were involved in this murder, and reassure them that it was safe for their students to go back to school, and it was safe to go back and walk in the park if you chose to do so.
Was there fair to state that there was a substantial amount of rumors floating around about this?
Yes.
Were schools canceled at any point?
Yes.
For how long?
A day and a half, I believe.
Did the police department participate in any safety planning with the school system?
Yes, it's an ongoing thing that we've continued to do.
And this is a change from prior, correct?
Yes, we had a school safety plan, like a response plan, if we'd have a major event in the schools. But as far as like going through teaching, run, fight, hide, those things were reiterated, trying to work with the schools to train new faculty members on what to do.
Are these safety concerns coming from the school system, or are they coming from law enforcement?
They're coming from the schools.
Have you noticed any uptick or in the calls relating to student behavior coming from the schools?
Yes. Typically, we get one or two calls a month. Now we're getting 1 or 2 calls, 3 calls, 4 calls a week. If any kid has behavioral issues, they make the statement, "I'm going to kill you." The schools call us.
They used to not.
I think a lot of times they would try to handle it in school if they had those things. I mean, if it's somebody with behavioral issues and they know it's a behavioral issue, they would try to handle it that way. But now teachers are scared to teach. So the teachers are making the complaints directly to us, or going through the school channels and making the complaints.
What makes you say that teachers are scared to teach?
Because of the results of Noema Graber being killed by 2 students.
Noema Graber was killed because she was giving Jaden Miller a bad grade.
Yes.
That's impacted teachers across the community.
Yes.
That's impacted teachers across the community.
Yes.
Could you, in your experience, could you just lay out the effect that her death has had on the city of Fairfield and the community at large?
I'd say immediately it was very difficult for our community. It was difficult because Fairfield is supposed to be a place that you raise your kids. It's supposed to be a safe place. Nobody locks their doors. Everybody knows everybody. We are known for a very pacifist community. As a result of Noema Graber's murder, people were scared to go out. People refused to walk in the parks. Parents were scared to send their kids to school. Teachers were scared to teach in school. I think the general public felt a lack of security was ripped from them as a result of this murder. It's not a reflection of who our community as a whole is. And I think for everybody, they suffered some kind of loss as a result of this murder.
Thank you, Lieutenant. I have no further questions.
Mr. Cook?
Thank you, Your Honor. Lieutenant Kinsella, just roughly estimate for me how much time it elapsed from the time of the murder until Mr. Goodale was brought to the law center?
From the time of the murder, which was around 4 p.m. on the November 3rd, and he was brought to the law center around 6 a.m. on November 4th.
Okay. So in that short period of time, earlier in your testimony, you testified about reviewing Snapchat images reflecting Mr. Goodale making confessions to different friends, and you testified about that, correct?
I testified in the Snapchat warrants that we received back. I listened to interviews of Snapchat.
Sure. Let me rephrase my question. You had testified about reviewing Snapchat records, which demonstrated that Mr. Goodale was contacting other friends on Snapchat, essentially confessing his involvement in this crime, correct?
There were 3 people.
Okay. Those confessions all came before, obviously, law enforcement had contact with Mr. Goodale, so these confessions would have all come really on the very, very soon after the incident took place?
Yes. From the time stamp, it was basically from about the time he started going to move the body, around 10:58 to midnight. So those confessions were being made.
Even before Mr. Miller and Mr. Goodale acted to try to conceal their crime, Mr. Goodale was making these statements on Snapchat,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
No redirect, Your Honor.
Thank you. You can step down.
Your Honor, barring argument, the state has no further witnesses. Besides victim impact statements, Your Honor.
So you'll want to be heard on your recommendation for a sentence. Are you requesting that be done later?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And with respect to defense evidence, I was informed that the defense wanted to break early for lunch and then begin maybe around 12:30 or 12:45.
That would be, if that's permissible, that would be what we're requesting, Judge. We've got to make sure our technology's set up.
Okay, we will be in recess until 12:30. Try to get restarted no later than 12:40, but we will take our lunch break at this time.
Sir, please state your name.
Dean Goodale,
And Mr. Goodale, do you know my client, Jeremy Goodale?
I do.
And how do you know Jeremy?
He's my son.
Does Jeremy have any siblings?
He does.
And can you tell the court the names and ages of Jeremy's siblings and where they're living at the present time?
Hopefully.
Okay.
Jacqueline Goodale is 28 years old. She's a nurse, and she lives here in Fairfield with me. He has a sister also, Camille, 1 year younger, 27 years old. She's a chemist living in Washington State. The next sister is Sophia. She's also here today.
Well, Mr. Goodale, we're having a hard time. At least I think we're having a hard time hearing.
Is that better?
See if you just speak straight into it.
He also has a daughter, Sophia.
Yeah.
She's, where am I at? 25 years old, I believe. How'd I do? She's currently living in Guam. And he also has a youngest sister, is his sister, Olivia. She would be 22 years old, and she's currently living with her sister in Washington State.
Okay. Prior to Jeremy's arrest in this case, where was Jeremy residing at?
He was living here in Fairfield with me.
Who was all living at your address on Hempstead Avenue here in Fairfield at the time of Jeremy's arrest?
Myself, my daughter Jacqueline, and her son Dominic, and Jeremy.
What is Jeremy's mother's name?
Christine.
And you and Christine are no longer married, is that correct?
That's correct.
During your marriage to Christine, what did you do for income?
During most of the time, I was farming full time.
Did Christine assist you in the farm operation?
It was kind of a split operation. There was my full time job, and then we had some side operations going for the family. She helped with that, yes.
Can you describe your respective roles in operating the farm?
I had the primary responsibility. I ran the greenhouses and the field operations, and we had some dairy goats, dairy cows, chickens, things like that, and she helped the chores with those animals.
All of that farm work, that sounds like labor intensive work, is that true?
Farming is a lot of work, yes.
When you and Christine first separated, did she take any of your children with her?
The kids were mostly teenagers and living 6 miles out of town on a farm, so their proclivity was to go live in town with their mother.
Okay. And after your separation and subsequent divorce, did Christine remain in the area?
For a while.
Okay. Was there a period, at some point, did Christine no longer live in Iowa?
Yeah, she, at some point, met a new boyfriend that was very domineering, and he basically dictated what they would do, and she ended up leaving Fairfield.
And where did she move to?
Colorado.
How old was Jeremy when Christine moved to Colorado?
I believe 7. No, I believe 10.
Okay. As I understand things, generally, the divorce would have happened around 7, and she would have moved to Colorado when Jeremy was around the age of 10. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Based on your observations, what was Jeremy's relationship like with his mother after she moved to Colorado?
Well, initially there was some contact, some phone calls and things, but again, it wasn't really a relationship with his mother anymore. Her phone conversations were being dominated and commandeered on the other end by her current boyfriend. So his relationship with his mother, kind of non-existent really. It was with something else.
After Christine moved to Colorado, did she ever come back to Iowa to visit the kids?
There was one time I think she visited when The one time that Jeremy did visit Colorado, if I'm recalling correctly, she may have been to town and picked him up for that trip.
Any other instances of Christine returning to visit with her children that you can recall?
No,
Did Jeremy ever visit his mother in Colorado? I think you just alluded to that.
but just the one time.
Can you tell the court about Jeremy's one-time visit with his mother in Colorado?
Yeah, with a telling detail. We kind of knew in advance that it could be a sketchy experience for Jeremy, so I actually had a safe word for him when we called on the phone, and the first time I talked to him on the phone, he used that safe word.
Okay. So do you recall originally how long it was planned that Jeremy was going to go visit his mother?
Approximately
in Colorado?
1 week.
And did Jeremy stay for the duration of what was anticipated?
No, he did not.
He used his safe word and you made arrangements to have Jeremy return to you in Fairfield, is that correct?
Yeah, I believe he might have been 10 or 11 years old at the time. They told me they were just going to send him on a Greyhound bus and send him back home. And I said, no, you're not. And made sure that he flew back.
Jeremy was 12 years old when you sold your interest in the farm 6 miles out of town and you moved into the town of Fairfield, is that correct?
That's correct.
When you moved into Fairfield, who all made the move with you?
Myself, Jeremy, and his sister, Olivia.
How long did the household consist of primarily you, Jeremy, and Olivia?
3 years.
Okay. And then, as I understand things, a few months before Jeremy's arrest, Jackie and her son Dominic also moved in to the family home. Is that correct?
At that time, Olivia had moved out, and yes, now Jackie and Dominic moved in, yes.
Okay. What does Jackie do for a living?
She's a nurse.
And what is Jackie's typical work schedule like?
Chaotic.
Was Jeremy involved in the care of Jackie's son Dominic?
Repeat that, please.
Was Jeremy involved in the care of Jackie's son Dominic?
Sometimes, he definitely spent a lot of time with him.
Did you observe Jeremy to have a good relationship with his nephew Dominic?
Absolutely.
In an earlier question, you responded Olivia had already moved out. When did Olivia move out of your house?
She, after graduation, she moved immediately to Iowa City to attend college, and that was 2020, 2019, I'm not sure.
Okay.
It was 2019, I believe.
And after Olivia moved out, it would have just been you and Jeremy alone in the house until a few months before Jeremy's arrest when, when Jackie and Dominic moved in. Is that correct?
That is correct.
In 2020, when Jeremy was 15 years old, the COVID pandemic hit the country. How did COVID impact Jeremy's day-to-day routine?
His mom kind of abandoned him.
You take your time.
Interpersonal relationships were so important to him. And we spent 2.5 years in a global war against interpersonal interactions. It devastated him.
Did COVID play a part in your decision to move Jeremy from the Maharishi School over to Fairfield High School?
Yes, sir.
And why is that?
Yeah. Sitting at home staring at a computer screen, there's no point in paying extra money for that, as far as I'm concerned.
Did you feel, let me strike that. During 2020, during the COVID pandemic, was Jeremy's entire curriculum based on online classes?
For a good period of time, yes.
Okay. And how was Jeremy performing with his schoolwork when everything was online?
Not very well. You know, I was a single parent at that time. I had to go to work. I had to provide for the family, and I was to leave a 14-year-old kid at home by himself. He had to be online because that's how they were getting their studies. It was an utter disaster, you can imagine. He was not doing his work. He was, no matter what I seemed to do, since he had access to the internet, you know, I couldn't keep him from playing video games, and that's pretty much what he did all day. And it set up a terrible cycle of reprimand and then laying out what I expected from him and trying to support him every way I could, and then realizing he wasn't doing what I wished, and the relationship just, it was really rough.
Do you feel that the pandemic not only affected Jeremy generally, but also your relationship with your son?
Definitely.
In 2021, when Jeremy was 16 years old, and I've referenced this a couple of times before, a few months before his arrest, Jackie and Dominic also moved into the house. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
In the months leading up to November of 2021, did you notice Jeremy struggling?
Yes, sir.
And what were your observations about that?
I knew he was smoking a lot of marijuana. I tried to do everything I could to stop him from that, from sitting with him, talking with him, reasoning with him, explaining to him how it's not good for his brain development, to, trying to go, punish him, ground him, or do I was just at my wit's end. I had to go to school every day, and he was, again, during COVID, he was at home by himself, and there was no supervision. It was an utter disaster.
Did you observe Jeremy having any emotional breakdowns during this period of time?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell the court about that?
He was very emotional, and he would sometimes, he'd literally break down crying, and it was and screaming some very self-deprecatory things about himself.
And these were all in the months leading up to November of 2021, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Goodale, if someone were to ask you to describe your son reflecting on his entire life prior to his arrest, how would you describe Jeremy?
He was troubled, but he was also, highly intelligent. He did extremely well at times. So as a parent, you're hopeful, and you kind of focus on the positives and hope to work toward through the difficulties. Realize that in 2021, the year this horrific crime happened, he was student of the month in April. At Fairfield High School, and also the tennis MVP that same year.
So is it a safe assumption that you thought Jeremy was turning a level or turning a corner with his level of maturity?
I was certainly hoping so.
Were you concerned about Jeremy's maturity level?
Yes, it was very clear to me that he was probably, in terms of emotional and intellectual maturity, he was probably at the bottom of the curve for his age group.
What observations did you make that caused you to question Jeremy's maturity level?
specifics, I don't know if I can come up with a specific example. It's just observing his behavior on a day-to-day basis.
Did Jeremy have a driver's license or a school permit?
No, he did not.
And why not?
Certainly wasn't encouraging it. Well, based on his behavior and the things that I was concerned about, my primary concern for him leading up to this was that he would commit suicide.
And given your concerns, you didn't feel that Jeremy was mature enough to have a driver's license or put himself in that situation, is that correct?
That's correct.
Would you be able to describe a fond memory that you shared with Jeremy over the years for the court's consideration?
I can get through it.
Take your time.
I mean, there were many things. We played tennis, we camped, we fished. One of the things that I was most proud of him for. From an early age, he had school field trips, and then oftentimes they went to Jefferson County Park, and there was a woman there that was in Fairfield, will know who I'm talking about. It went by Toad, and that's not a derogatory term; it's an endearing term in this case. He loved her lectures and just the nature walks and the bird watching and all this. He developed an interest in ornithology. He's quite fascinated with birds, and of course I encouraged that. I bought him some books, gave him material to learn more, and also there's this Fairfield's an amazing place with some very interesting people. There's a woman in town by the name of Diane Porter, and she's a world-renowned naturalist, photographer, and she doesn't have the technical title of ornithologist she should. She's a bird expert extraordinary, and she would give bird watching tours and lectures in town as well, and I began to attend some of those with Jeremy. During her lectures, she would often engage the audience in questions, and people would raise their hands, and she'd call on someone. Well, Jerry would raise his hand after almost every question, and usually there'd be several other hands going up. Sometimes there would be no other hands going up, and he was called on several times over different lectures that he attended. She was so impressed with him that she gifted him a very expensive pair of field glasses.
Mr. Goodale, since Jeremy's arrest back in November of 2021, have you maintained contact with him?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the court generally about that?
Usually once a week. That's pretty much when he was at the juvenile center, it was about all we could manage. The driving distance and everything, and it was nice. That was where we tried to hit the weekend, so we'd have an hour with them. And then since he's been in Fairfield, the visiting's been a little less flexible. Not quite every week I've seen him.
You also maintain phone contact with him as well?
Texting a little bit, yeah.
Mr. Goodale, as you know, Jeremy is going to have a lot of rehabilitation ahead of him while he's in the prison system. Will you continue to be a major support system for Jeremy as he works to improve himself?
Of course.
Mr. Goodale, you expressed to me previously that you haven't had an opportunity to make any public comment on this horrific event before. Is there anything that you would like to express here today?
When this first happened, my first instinct was to reach out to the Graber family. Upon receiving advice from legal counsel, I was advised not to do that. I'm just so sorry. That's all I can get out.
That's fine. We appreciate you being here today, Mr. Goodale. I have no further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Is that a few questions?
I'll have you turn the mic, or the microphone.
I'm good, Aaron. Thank you.
Mr. Goodale, you had mentioned that Jeremy Goodale spent 9 or 10 years in the Maharishi School here in Fairfield. Is that correct?
I did not mention that, but I think that's correct.
Well, I guess I was kind of deducing that from you saying that he went to public school starting in 10th grade. Would that be accurate?
Yes.
So kindergarten through 9th grade would have been at the private school?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And he attended school there consistently through those grades. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. Were there ever any behavioral issues with Jeremy while he was at the Maharishi High School?
I haven't seen the official record or anything, but you might have had a couple minor, scuffles or something. I'm not sure what's written up, but maybe not. It didn't seem, he was in a class with a bunch of rowdy boys, and he was one of the rowdy boys.
Okay. And how would you characterize his academic performance while he was at the Maharishi School?
All the way up until the pandemic hit, he was nearly an A student.
Okay. And did Jeremy want to stay at the Maharishi School, or did he want to switch to the public school and go to public high school?
I remember having a conversation with him. I don't think he was averse to it. He certainly wasn't that attached to Maharishi School.
And was he friends with Chaden Miller while he was at the Maharishi School?
He'd been friends with Chaden Miller since he could walk.
Okay, so how would you characterize their relationship since that time? Were they close friends, best friends, part of a friend group? How would you?
I'd say part of the friend group. I never thought of Chaden as being his best friend or anything, but they've just known each other forever. Jeremy was more of an athlete, and I didn't view Chaden like that.
Okay, and did Jeremy participate in sports from the time he was young?
Yes.
What kind of sports?
He played soccer, he played softball, he played tennis.
Okay. Was he always able to be a member of a team?
Yes.
Were there ever any behavioral issues that you noticed or that were ever reported to you by his coaches?
During sports, no. Sometimes perhaps when he was in coaching situations, he was a little difficult.
But for the most part, he got along with coaches, could participate in sports. Would that be true?
During his year playing with Fairfield High School tennis team, he was shining. He was a great leader for the team. He was an exemplary tennis player and was quite a team player. Popular with the team, good with the coach, loved the coach.
I think Jeremy at one point in one of the interviews indicated that he had planned on playing possibly collegiately. Is that correct?
If he would have worked at it, he definitely had the ability to do that, yes.
Tell me if I'm wrong about this. The way that I understand your testimony concerning the COVID issue was kind of a turning point for him. Would that be true?
It hit him pretty hard. Yeah. We were, there's struggles, and then there's things that exacerbate struggles and things that alleviate struggles. And that was definitely an exacerbating effect. Yes.
And in November of 21, had Fairfield High School return to in-person learning.
And when now?
In November of 21, or that semester, had Fairfield returned to in-person learning? Do you know?
In my mind, it hadn't. I haven't written it, but I believe it had. But there was still social distancing. This is a great term for what he didn't need. There was masking and other things still going on, but I believe they were back in school full time. And I guess part of the reason that my memory is confused is that they weren't in school that day, but I guess that was a teacher thing going on.
Okay. And at the time that Noe McGraber was killed, had Jeremy been doing well in school for the most part, or how else would you characterize it?
Struggling for the most part.
Okay. Was he failing classes?
I believe he was.
Had his teachers reached out to you?
No.
Had you had any communication with his teachers or made any attempt on your part to reach out to them?
I had not.
Whenever you indicated that Jeremy was the student of the month in April, that was April of 21?
Yes, sir.
And what would qualify him for student of the month in April?
Like I said, he had the ability to excel, and I think he had a good month.
Okay, so it'd be grades and possibly participation in other extracurricular activities or doing well in those. That I assume that's what would qualify him for that. Is that correct?
Yeah, I was a little surprised because I thought he was, I know he's capable of being a straight A student, and he wasn't quite there, but he was doing a little bit better at that point.
And would a teacher have nominated him for that particular recognition, or do you know?
Was it the principal? Well, I'm not sure.
That's fine.
I'm sure there was a teacher involved somewhere, yeah.
You indicated that you had a primary concern that Jeremy might harm himself. Is that right?
That's correct.
Did you ever reach out to a mental health professional to seek out any assistance for him, or did you take any step along those lines?
Thanks for asking that question. I'm going to go into a little bit of detail on that. Is that okay?
That's fine.
So he'd gone to Optime when he was younger for apparently 6 months or so.
What is Optime?
It's a local place here in town. They have counseling for all kinds of things.
Okay.
Then for a while, maybe a year or two, he didn't really do anything. But then I noticed he was struggling. But he was more than struggling with there's always he had these abandonment issues, and it was so emotionally he was hurting. He was psychologically not doing well. But also there were some physical manifestations. He's kind of had a chronic cough and couldn't do things with his athletics like I thought he should be able to. Like I thought there was something wrong with his health. So there's a functional medicine clinic in Iowa City, and I took him up there, and they had a multifaceted approach, kind of a holistic medicine approach. The doctor up there did a complete exam. They did a blood exam. They looked at things, as many health metrics as possible. Then the treatment that they advised. So I went ahead and signed him up, and then the way they do it, you pay a very healthy sum of money up front, and then he goes for like 6 months of treatment. Primarily after the doctor's visit, and then diet recommendations and supplement recommendations. The treatment was every week. I'd drive him to Iowa City, and once a month he was to meet with a mental health professional, psychologist, I believe. So we started going up, and primarily what seemed what they were doing is some kind of biofeedback, and he started getting that treatment up there. And so he'd go up there and do that once a week. Eventually, he ended up getting a home kit, and he wore it at home. And it was basically just kind of, you'd watch something on a screen and then get biofeedback. And, you know, they had EEGs and monitor his progress. And based on what they showed me, it looked like there was some you know, EEG verified progress he was making on that. The other aspects of the treatment up there, again, were, you know, visits with the doctor and diet and supplements. And then once a month, he was to meet with a psychologist. The first month visit with the psychologist was when it came up. We went up, did the regular EEG, and it was just a tag on to the regular treatment that he did every week. The psychologist didn't show up. You know, that's kind of weird. Kind of a profession, business, medical health institute doesn't have somebody show up for their appointment with a patient. It seemed very bizarre to me. So, you know, obviously I complained to the staff and management about that, and then still continued with this treatment. So, and again, they didn't like put it in the next month. They said, well, let's just pick it up with the next scheduled appointment in the following month. So he continued with his biofeedback and everything else. The next month came, and it's time to meet the psychologist, and the psychologist did not show up. This happened 3 times, and they were billing me, by the way, for these consults. So obviously, I did not continue with that, and got into spat with getting money refunded. And that, you know, so that didn't work out. So I knew a wonderful woman in town that was quite brilliant, extremely compassionate and highly intelligent. She was a counselor here in town too. Her name was Julie Bloom. And so I was working to get him an appointment with her, and she was traveling in and out, so it was hard to set something up. I finally had a tentative appointment for him to see her, and it was a couple of weeks out. Before he was able to meet with her, she passed away from cancer. So I'm not one to give up, so I kept pursuing things. I also had a friend that I knew from college that was a well-known psychiatrist in town. And I was reaching out to him to see Jeremy when he lost his license for some malpractice business. I didn't give up then either. I kept looking for local people to be able to work with Jeremy, and the caliber of counselors varies, but primarily was I just didn't find anyone that I felt would be a good fit for Jeremy. And I was continuing to look to the day this happened.
So the first series of treatment that you tried to get him, that where the either psychologist or psychiatrist did not show.
Psychologist, I'm pretty sure.
Sorry, the psychologist. What was that time frame?
In terms of how old Jeremy was?
No, well, let's take it from November of 2021. So back up from there. How long before Noe McGraver's death would you have attempted that counseling with Jeremy?
3 or 4 years.
Okay, so he would have been around the age of 12?
Roughly, yeah. 12, 13 maybe, I don't know, I'm not exactly sure.
And you may have been asked this, but you've continued to have regular contact with your son since his arrest. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Cook.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just a brief follow-up, Mr. Goodale. You were asked about counseling efforts that you made on behalf of Jeremy and related to that, those efforts were back when he was around age 12. I think perhaps just to clarify for the court, those efforts at counseling had a lot to do with the abandonment issues that Jeremy was dealing with at the time, correct?
Yes, and one more clarification. I mean, the functional medicine clinic might have been 12, but the other arrangements I was making were later, 13, maybe 14 as well.
Okay. And ultimately, as you described, and I don't mean to put words in your mouth, but it sounds like essentially Jeremy didn't get any counseling due to the difficulties that you described, correct?
It's surreal. Yeah.
You would agree with that?
Yes.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You can step down.
Thank you.
Ready for the next witness?
Thank you, Judge. We call Jacqueline Goodale. Can you please state and spell your name?
Yeah, Jacqueline Goodale. JACQUELINE. Goodale, GOODALE.
You go by Jackie, is that right?
Yeah, you can call me Jackie.
And Jeremy is your brother?
Yeah,
What's the age difference between you and Jeremy?
10 years.
You're older than him, is that correct?
Yes.
When you were younger, your family lived on a farm here in Jefferson County.
Yes.
What was life like on the farm?
It was a lot of hard work, and we had a lot of animals and a lot of kids.
And specifically, what were your duties when your family lived on the farm?
I helped take care of Jeremy a lot. I changed his diapers when he was little and fed him and did his schoolwork with him, and while my parents were doing a lot of the physical farm work.
How much time did your parents spend tending to the farm?
With the 5 cows and 40 goats, they milked them early in the morning and then milked them again late in the evening.
Did you also help with farm work?
Yeah, here and there. We had the brunch, weekend brunch. I think I partook in that a lot. Otherwise, it's food processing from the garden, canning, not so much milking animals or feeding the animals.
You were primarily useful to your family by taking care of and supporting Jeremy, is that right?
Yeah, I watched all 4 of my younger siblings.
And I think you mentioned some of these things, but at least at your time on the farm when Jeremy was young, how old would he have been at that time?
From the time he was born till the time he was 5, and then he spent time in Fairfield with my mom in town.
Do you know how old Jeremy would have been when your parents separated?
5.
And you would have been 15 then, is that right?
Yeah, I was 15.
So when they separated, but before they formally divorced, your mother ended up moving away from the farm into town, is that right?
Correct.
And it's my understanding all of the girls moved with your mother, Christine, into town.
Yes.
Did Jeremy still live with Dean at the farm?
Half the time. I think they had a 1 week with Dean and 1 week with Christine.
So they alternated weeks.
Yes.
What was life like at your mother's house in town?
It was pretty chaotic at first because we were starting from scratch. We had to get all new furniture because everything else stayed at the farm. I had also dropped out of school at that time, and my mom and I opened up the Crepe Escape. So we were opening up a new business at the same time as well.
Did your mom also still help with some of the tasks at the farm?
Yes, she still had to go milk the animals.
And you mentioned the restaurant that your mom opened. You said that's the Crepe Escape.
Yes.
And you dropped out of school to help her with that business?
Well, I dropped out of school because I wanted to, and she let me, and I think she was okay with me dropping out because then I would be able to help her.
Did that business keep Christine pretty busy?
Yes, it did.
So what were your responsibilities then while you were living with your mom in town?
I continued to help her with the kids, and I helped her with paying some bills every once in a while, and I worked. I did eventually go back to school though.
Were you responsible for cooking dinner while at your mom's house in town?
Yeah, and at the farm, and yeah, I would make sure the kids were always fed.
How about getting Jeremy up and out the door for school?
Yeah, we would all get ready, and I would have to make sure everyone was ready, and we would walk to school.
Did you help Jeremy with schoolwork?
Yes.
And did you ever put Jeremy to bed?
Yes, I helped put him to bed because a lot of times I was still milking animals, and that continued in town. Jeremy and Olivia both shared a room, and I would put both of them to bed.
How consistent were you doing these things? Helping him get ready for school, putting him to bed, cooking dinner? How regular was that in the house?
I guess every week when he was at my mom's.
Several nights of those weeks.
Yeah.
Were you in charge of supervision while Christine was out of the house?
Yes.
Would you say Christine had a strong focus on supervision or parenting of her children?
She did have rules, but she didn't quite enforce rules, and she was very lenient. And I think that's one of the reasons why all three of her oldest daughters ended up dropping out of school, because she didn't really enforce school or other rules and boundaries.
So at least coming from her, it sounds like there wasn't much structure. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
After your parents formally divorced, your mother ended up dating a man by the name of Jeff Griggs.
Yes.
Is that right? How did your life change once he came in the picture?
He changed everything. He controlled everything. He changed the way we were allowed to eat. He locked the doors at 9:30 every night, so if we weren't home, we were locked out. He moved in. My mom let him move in without even telling us. So I think we were a house full of girls, and this strange man came in. I think they were maybe dating for 3 months. And then he took over our house. He took over our bathroom every morning. None of us could get ready for work or get ready for school. Wouldn't let us eat pork or beef. He started doing all the cooking and choosing what we were allowed to eat, and locking the house at 9:30, which didn't bode well for my sister Sophia, because she was working a waitress job at George's Pizza, and then I would have to let her in when she got off work because she got locked out every night.
So it sounds like he came into the picture and then very quickly took control over everything.
Yes.
Your mom went along with that?
Yes.
You and Sophia were eventually kicked out of the house. Can you tell the court about that?
Yeah. Well, Jeff had it out for Sophia. I think I remember there were times where Sophia would bang on the bathroom door while he was doing whatever. She couldn't come back home before 9:30 because she had her job. And then eventually he told my mom to call George's Pizza and get her fired from her job. And that's when I think Sophia came home and was very upset and confronted my mom. And Jeff had himself in the car outside, and my mom would go back and forth from the car to talking to us. And she kicked Sophia out pretty much right away. And then I got very upset that she kicked out Sophia, who was only 16, and told her, like, what are you doing? Like, why are you listening to this guy? I've been at your side and raised these kids with you this whole time. Why aren't you listening to me? Taking my advice. And then, she'd go back and forth from the car to confronting me. And then she said, oh, well, now you're kicked out. So then I got kicked out of the house as well. And I think that would have left just Jeremy and Olivia at the house with Jeff and my mom.
Were you afforded any time to get your belongings?
No, we were not allowed to get our stuff.
Were there several items, important items that remained in the house?
Yeah, everything.
Like a license,
We got
passport?
licenses, passports, birth certificates, and we still never got those. We had to get copies and get new passports and new licenses.
Where did you go when you were kicked out of mom's house?
I went to my friend Phoebe Harris, and I kind of couch hopped there, and was living in my car a little bit until I got a new job because I was still working at the Crave Escape, so I got fired and got kicked out of the house all at the same time. So I needed a new job and I needed a new place to live. So then I found a nannying job and ended up living with the Clevelands and took care of their grandkids.
And mom didn't seem to mind that you were essentially left to couch hop and live in your car because of this?
No.
Do you know how your leaving affected Jeremy?
It probably really sucked. I'm pretty sure he was there for Sophia and myself getting kicked out. He was in the living room with us, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, we kind of lost each other after that.
He didn't have you cooking for him, helping him with schoolwork, helping him get ready anymore?
Mm.
Did you get to see Jeremy much after that?
A little bit when he was with my dad.
When did Christine and Jeff move to Colorado?
I don't know the exact year, but it would have been when Jeremy was 10.
Did you have any contact with your mom after she moved to Colorado?
Yeah, I reached out a lot, specifically when I got pregnant. And then after I had my son, I wanted her to meet him. And I had sent her pictures of Dominic growing up. But she never responded.
Did you ever offer to travel to her so that she could see her grandson?
Yeah, and she didn't want me to come.
At what point did you move back in with Dean and Jeremy?
I separated from my husband and moved away from Davenport back to Fairfield in 2021, August.
So just a few months before everything that happened and what led up to his arrest?
Yes.
When you were living there now in August of 21 with Dean and Jeremy, did you take on some of the household responsibilities again?
Yes, well, I was a mom at that time, so I was definitely going to cook for my kid, and of course I was going to cook for the whole family. And I definitely wanted to help Jeremy. So Sophia and myself, we redid his whole room. We bought him, because we wanted him to have his own space where he could work on his school. So we bought him a new dresser and a rug and a desk and a chair. Yeah, and we just wanted him to be successful at school, and we knew it was hard, and him having his own space would be important.
And it was you and Sophia who went out and got him those things?
Correct.
You just mentioned you have a son, right?
Yes.
He was also living with you and Dean and Jeremy?
Yes.
His name's Dominic, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. What was Dominic and Jeremy's relationship like at that time in August?
It was very, very good, very beautiful. I really enjoyed seeing Jeremy be the older sibling type of person where he would play and take care of my son. They did. Jeremy helped me a lot. He babysat Dominic a lot for me too, because I was working a 12-hour night shift weekend package in Davenport and commuting back and forth to Davenport and Fairfield. So every Monday, he would definitely help. He would babysit. He would make sure that we were fed and would get food for us. And he had all that energy to roughhouse and throw Dominic around. And yeah, they played a lot.
Would you say Jeremy's a good uncle?
Yes, Jeremy's a very good uncle.
I think it's evident that Jeremy views you as a mother figure for him, that you've taken care of him, you've taken on some of these motherly duties. What do you think of that?
I'd say that's accurate.
I asked you to bring a project that Jeremy made about you when he was younger. Did you bring that with you today?
Yeah, I did.
How old would Jeremy have been when he made that?
He would have been 9 or 8.
And ultimately, this is a photo that he created of you and just a description about you. Is that right?
Yeah.
If you want to just go ahead and just show the court, I guess.
Sorry.
Can you go ahead and read what Jeremy wrote about you when he was 8 or 9 years old?
All right. Jackie Goodale by Jeremy.
Her name is Jackie. She is my sister. She lives in Iowa. She was very interested in Native Americans. She's very athletic. She found a perfect skeleton of a deer. Jackie loves the sea. She's very creative. She's also very happy and intelligent. Jackie once slept in a teepee. Every day she would fix her teepee. It was made out of grass and sticks. She is becoming a nurse. She is doing a lot of studying of the human body. Jackie likes helping people. Jackie is a great cook. Sometimes when my mom is at work, my sister will cook for me. I like how she cooks eggs. She cooks them all the way through, then puts lots of barbecue on it. She's a great sister. She's always looking after me. Sometimes she drives me to the park. We make leaf piles together. Jackie goes to school. She is in college studying medical nursing. Jackie practices very hard. She is memorizing where all the bones and muscles are. She reads a lot. Every night she is studying in her books. She learned a lot of things from her parents. She learned to cook from her mom. Sometimes she cooks meat, bacon, burgers, and hot dogs. Jackie has many inner qualities. Jackie is very persevering. She never gives up on her homework. She is very clever. She made a really nice clay pot. She knows how to knit sweaters and scarves. She is very peaceful. Whenever my sisters and I get in a fight, Jackie stops it. Jackie is always happy. I never see her down or sad. She is also smart, brave, and wise. Jackie is an amazing sister. She is the best sister anyone could wish for.
Where do you usually keep that project?
I'll keep it in my dresser.
Since Jeremy was arrested, have you made contact with him?
Yeah, I see it whenever I can.
And are able to communicate with him over the phone as well?
Yes.
Will you continue to be a major support system for Jeremy as he works to improve himself while in the prison system?
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
A couple questions. Ms. Goodale, you are a nurse, is that right?
That's correct.
Are you an RN?
I'm a licensed practical nurse.
And where do you work?
I'd rather not share that just because I have gotten some really bad death threats. And
Okay, that's fine. Do you work locally here?
within my travel, and I also work within 30 minutes of the Fairfield.
That's fine. I appreciate it. Thank you. That's all the questions.
All right. Thank you. We're going to take a 15-minute break. In recess. We are back on the record. Ms. Jensen or Mr. Cook, are you ready to call your next witness?
We are, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Defense would call Dr. Mark Cunningham.
Dr. Cunningham, will you raise your right hand? Do you promise or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please have a seat. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Cook.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, please state your name.
Mark Douglas Cunningham.
And Mr. Cunningham, what is your occupation?
I'm a clinical and forensic psychologist in private practice and also an independent research scientist.
Can you tell the court how long have you been a licensed psychologist?
I've been a licensed psychologist for 43 years.
Can you tell the court about your educational background?
Certainly. I did my undergraduate work at Abilene Christian College, now Abilene Christian University in West Texas, and graduated with high honors, with majors in psychology and also in mass communications. I did graduate work at Oklahoma State University in a clinical psychology program accredited by the American Psychological Association as a doctoral training site, and received both my master's and doctorate degrees in clinical psychology. I then did a one-year clinical psychology internship at the National Naval Medical Center in Bethesda, Maryland. That internship was also accredited by the American Psychological Association. And I was an active duty naval officer and clinical psychology intern. I was then assigned as a staff psychologist at the Naval Submarine Medical Center in Groton, New London, Connecticut. At that time, the submarine base at Groton was the primary submarine facility on the Atlantic coast. And a psychiatrist and I responded to the mental health needs of about 15,000 active duty and about 40,000 dependents, to the extent that we had an opportunity to after we addressed the active duty needs. While there, I did 2 years of part-time postdoctoral study at the Yale University School of Medicine, where I was given an award as the outstanding trainee. I left the Navy and took a full-time academic position for a couple of years back in West Texas, began to practice at the same time, resigned that academic role after a couple of years, and since then have been very active in participating in continuing education in clinical psychology and in forensic psychology, and also being a provider of continuing education to psychologists and attorneys.
Doctor, can you tell the court what is clinical psychology?
So clinical psychology is what you would expect a psychologist to do. That's the evaluation and treatment of psychological disorders, things like psychological testing and counseling and perhaps hospital consultations with children, adolescents, adults, couples, families.
Can you tell the court what is forensic psychology?
So forensic psychology is any way that psychology as a science can be helpful to some issue before the court. That's all the way from evaluation of parenting capabilities in child custody cases, or psychological injuries in civil cases, or in criminal cases, things like competency to stand trial, or mental state at time of offense, or sentencing considerations such as are being heard today.
Do you hold any licenses or certifications?
I do. I'm licensed as a psychologist here in Iowa, as well as in 11 other states. My practice is national in scope.
Dr. Cunningham, prior to today's hearing, you provided me with a current copy of your curriculum vitae. Is that correct?
I did.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yeah, yes.
Dr. Cunningham, I'm handing you what has been previously marked as Defense Exhibit I. Can you tell me, do you recognize that document?
I do. This is my curriculum vitae, which is a fancy word for a resume that reflects my education and professional involvement, publications, honors, board certifications.
And I believe the first page indicates that your CV is current as of August of this year. Is that correct?
August 24th.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move to admit Defense Exhibit I. I see.
No objection, Your Honor.
Defense I is admitted.
Dr. Cunningham, I want to briefly review with the court some of the highlights of your CV, if that's all right with you.
Certainly.
As outlined in your CV, Dr. Cunningham, you've received numerous awards for your scholarly contributions and exemplary professional practice. Most recently, you were the recipient of the American Academy of Forensic Psychology Award for distinguished contributions to forensic psychology in November of 2022. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's the most recent recognition.
Okay. And that is, in fact, the highest honor bestowed by the American Academy of Forensic Psychology. Is that correct?
That's correct. The American Academy of Forensic Psychology is the scholarly association of board certified forensic psychologists. There are only 350 board certified forensic psychologists in the United States. It's an extraordinarily arduous credential to obtain. And those individuals represent the practice at the highest levels and those that are responsible for a good deal of the scholarship and research regarding forensic psychology. So for my colleagues to identify me with this award, which is given to one psychologist annually or less often, for them to recognize me is particularly meaningful.
In January of 2019, you were recognized with the American Correctional Association Peter P. Leggings Research Award, which is also the highest honor bestowed by the American Correctional Association for a corrections researcher. Is that correct?
That's correct. And that was in recognition to numerous research projects that my colleagues and I have conducted in prison systems around the United States, with samples ranging from dozens to 50,000 inmates.
And in 2012, you were the recipient of the National Register of Health Services Psychologists A.M. Wellner, PhD Lifetime Achievement Award, which was, again, the highest honor bestowed from among 12,000 registrant psychologists. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Dr. Cunningham, do you hold any fellowships?
So I'm a fellow of the American Academy of Forensic Psychology. That means I'm board certified in forensic psychology. I'm also a fellow of the American Academy of Clinical Psychology. That reflects that board certification in clinical psychology, both of those by the American Board of Professional Psychology, which is the board certification organization that's recognized by the American Psychological Association. I'm also a fellow of the American Psychological Association. That's a distinction that requires election by the Council of Representatives of the American Psychological Association. And it reflects unusual and outstanding contributions to the practice and science of psychology on a national level.
Dr. Cunningham, you are the author of 58 professional publications, including 2 books or edited volumes on capital sentencing and a chapter entitled Miller Evaluations, which I think is particularly pertinent in this case, in a book, The Rutledge Encyclopedia of Psychology in the Real World, Psychology and Law. Is that correct?
Oh, yes, sir. Actually, I'm the author of one book, and then I was the editor of a special edition of a peer-reviewed journal examining capital sentencing issues. So it's kind of like a book, but not quite. And then that book chapter on Miller Evaluations is among my scholarly publications.
During the course of your distinguished career, Dr. Cunningham, you have twice provided testimony to the Texas State Senate Criminal Justice Committee, and in addition to the Illinois Governor's Commission on Capital Sentencing. Is that correct?
That's correct.
In the course of your career, Dr. Cunningham, how many capital or murder cases have you worked on?
So I've worked on over 500 murder cases. I've testified at sentencing trials in about 240 death penalty cases around the United States. I've testified at various levels in appellate proceedings in capital cases well over 100 times. And then there are numerous other cases that were not death penalty in nature, still homicides that I've worked on as well.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd ask the court to recognize Dr. Mark Cunningham as an expert in the fields of clinical and forensic psychology.
Judge, I don't think that's actually necessary under our rules. I mean, he's qualified by his own background. I don't know that the court needs to recognize him as such.
Well, in case I do, I will recognize him as an expert in those fields, Mr. Cook and Mr. Brown.
Dr. Cunningham, earlier this year, I reached out to you to see if you'd be able to offer your expertise in this case. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, on June the 6th of this year.
And we'll detail for the court the specific work that you did in the case here in a moment. But as part of your work, did you author a report regarding an evaluation that you conducted on Jeremy Goodale?
I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Dr. Cunningham, I'm handing you what I have previously marked as Defense Exhibit H. Would you take a look at that document, please?
This is the report that I prepared of my findings in this case dated October 31st, 2023.
Your Honor, at this time I would move to admit Defense Exhibit H.
Any objection to Defense Exhibit H?
No objection, Your Honor.
Defense Exhibit H is admitted.
Dr. Cunningham, as part of your testimony here today, I understand that you've prepared some PowerPoint slides to assist the court in understanding your expert analysis. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Your Honor, I would move to admit Dr. Cunningham's slide deck as a demonstrative exhibit at this time and request permission to publish to the court as we go through direct testimony with Dr. Cunningham.
Any objection from the state?
Is this derived from something? Is this derived from his report?
Yeah, it's everything coming from the slide shows from the report, Your Honor.
No objection.
Mr. Cook, you may publish and use as demonstrative those exhibits or those slides.
Okay. Dr. Cunningham, let's start with the focus of your evaluation. What were you asked to do in this case?
So I was asked to evaluate two issues. I was asked to evaluate the implications of his immaturity. And that's more broadly a concept called mitigation or moral culpability of the raw materials that one brings to decision making. So I was asked to evaluate his immaturity and the implications of that. I was also asked to evaluate his likelihood of a successful adjustment to the community someday when he's released. The formal discussion of that, or the formal title of that, is parole recidivism. We could also think of that like rehabilitation. What's the potential that he will be rehabilitated such that on release to the community, he will not engage in criminality or criminal violence?
Immaturity and rehabilitation, are these the only two issues? Are these two issues, I should say, the totality of sentencing considerations as understood by forensic psychologists?
No, they're not.
Please describe the others and why, as you sit here today, you are not addressing those other issues.
Certainly. So as understood by forensic psychologists, there are four primary sentencing issues. The first is retribution. What's the consequence or punishment for a given offense? A decision about what's the appropriate punishment. What are the needs of justice? That's a social value that a psychologist has no particular expertise in. And so because that's not an issue that can be informed by psychological methods or science, then I'm not speaking to that. That's an issue before the court, but not one that I can address. Then the second sentencing issue is general deterrence. That's the message that's sent to society about whether a given act will be tolerated. Again, that notion of general deterrence is a social issue. It's not one that a psychologist has particular expertise in. And so I'm not going to be responding to that. The next two, the ones I am responding to, what resources can be brought to decision making, and essentially a violence risk assessment projected into the future. What's the likelihood that Jeremy Goodale would commit acts of violence in the community someday if released? Those can be informed by psychological science and methods.
Dr. Cunningham, in obtaining the history that informs this evaluation, please detail the interviews that you performed in this case.
Certainly. So I talked to Jeremy Goodale on 3 occasions. I talked to Jeremy for 4 hours on August the 10th, just under 4 hours on August the 17th, and for 3.5 hours on September the 1st. Those interviews were performed by video. Then I interviewed his father, Dean. I talked to him for 106 minutes by phone on August the 26th. The next day, talked to him for just over 2 hours by phone. I then interviewed Jackie, talked to her the first time for 2.5 hours, 155 minutes on August the 26th. Talked to her for about an hour and a half several days later on August the 29th. And then I also interviewed Sophia, another older sister, for just over 2 hours on September the 20th.
Did you also review records in this case?
I did.
Are those detailed in the sentencing report that you filed?
They are.
Dr. Cunningham, let me turn to the first arena or focus of your evaluation. Is moral culpability as a sentencing consideration discussed on pages 8 and 9 of your report?
Yes, sir.
Please explain what you mean by moral culpability.
So moral culpability is a term of art that captures this idea of the resources that one brings to decision making. And by term of art, I mean it's a concept, it's a term that's understood by the combination of the words. It's not about morality per se, and it's not about culpability per se, like is he guilty or not, or does he face punishment or not, but instead it's a combined term, much like my highest degree is a PhD, that's a doctor of philosophy. That's a term of art. I've actually never even had a course in philosophy. But a PhD or a doctor of philosophy degree is the highest degree given in any specialty area, in any academic area. So you get a doctor of philosophy in chemistry, a doctor of philosophy in mathematics, a doctor of philosophy in English, doctor of philosophy in psychology. So it's a term of art. You're a Juris Doctor. Don't treat me patients, but that JD is a term of art. And that's what moral culpability is. It's best understood, or we understand it not from the separate words, but from the combined meaning that those give.
Dr. Cunningham, from your scholarship and experience, is it important that the mental health expert mental health expert to have an understanding of the relationship between developmental factors to choose and the moral culpability?
Well, absolutely. And this is something that is fundamental to what psychology can illuminate in a sentencing proceedings. And that's how are the resources that this individual brought to his decision-making, to his self-control, to his moral reasoning, how are those impaired or lessened or impacted by the life events and resources that he brought to that decision-making? It's what the Supreme Court has referred to as the diverse frailties of mankind. In other words, that a given offense by two separate individuals, as we look at moral culpability, is not the same, because those two individuals may differ significantly in their diverse frailties and the raw materials they brought to that decision making. So moral culpability, or immaturity for that matter, is not something that's either present or absent. It's what psychologists would say, it's not a dichotomous variable. It's not two different things. Instead, it's not either or, it's on a continuum of capability that's brought to decision making.
Dr. Cunningham, as understood by a forensic psychologist undertaking an analysis of moral culpability for sentencing, what factors are fundamental to the moral culpability of a youthful offender?
Well, those have to do with the relative degree of immaturity that may be present, as well as adverse factors. I mean, so there's a certain level of immaturity that may be a function of age alone. And then there's also what adversities may have happened in this individual's background that would act to reduce the functional maturity, that that individual can bring to bear.
Dr. Cunningham, it appears that you have a model that perhaps reflects the relationship between developmental factors of immaturity, choice, and moral culpability. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Can you describe the model for the court, please?
Certainly. So on this graphic, there's a scale of moral culpability from high to low. And then we have a horizontal line that has choice on it. And then we have immaturity and adverse factors. Well, the relationship of these is that as the immaturity and adversity increases, that choice is increasingly pathologically inclined, and moral culpability is correspondingly reduced. So greater immaturity and adversity, steeper angle of the choice, the lower the level of moral culpability. There's still a choice, but clearly the person who has a choice on this line is very different than that individual whose choice rests on a flat line in terms of the resources they brought to bear.
Dr. Cunningham, as we consider Jeremy's youthfulness and the presence of adverse developmental factors in his background, can you please explain the nexus between adverse developmental factors and bad outcomes in adulthood, including criminal violence and even murder?
Certainly. So there are two ways that we might think of that, or two analogies. As we think about the relationship between childhood and then teen and adult outcomes. So one perspective is that it's like a gunshot, where there is a clear and very obvious trajectory between the events that happened in childhood and the outcome that this person expresses. So for example, Johnny sees his father beat his mother in a very particular way, saying particularly demeaning things. And someday Johnny grows up and he's violent with his partner in a very similar way and saying very similar demeaning things. So that's an example of like a gunshot trajectory. You can easily see the relationship between those. Now you see that sometimes, but that's not the primary way that adversity in childhood affects outcome. More often, it's like radiation. So it's like the child is getting a massive dose of radiation from these traumas or deprivations that they're grow. Now those tumors look nothing like in terms of the harm that it causes. The way that we know that those two things are connected is because those children who got that radiation have a much higher incidence
experiences also have this gunshot connection to constructive outcomes in adolescence and adulthood?
Well, that's what you're hoping. I guess the reverse of these is that positive experiences have a gunshot trajectory with positive expressions, and that instead of radiation, you're giving the kid a lot of vitamins, and those end up promoting a better outcome. So yeah, both of these work in reverse, but positive experiences can have a positive gunshot effect.
Doctor, is there another concept that is important in understanding the connection between adverse factors and bad outcomes?
There is. And that I call the 100% penetration theory versus cigarettes and lung cancer or Superfund sites. And here's what I mean by that. So someone could pose, well, Dr. Cunningham, everybody who has a lot of deprivations in their childhood doesn't end up being criminally violent, much less killing somebody. As if that that in order for one thing to be connected to another requires a 100% connection between stimulus and outcome, between adversity and criminality. Now, if we use that metric, then it would be clear that cigarette smoking has nothing to do with lung cancer. Because see, only about 1 in 4 lifetime heavy smokers get lung cancer. So I guess that means it has nothing to do with it, since 3 out of 4 do not. Now, the way that we understand this is by the difference in penetration, not the 100% penetration. So the rate of lung cancer among non-smokers is about 1 in 90. The rate of cancer among lifetime heavy smokers is 1 in 4. That's how you know that what the cigarettes are doing is not by the 100% penetration, but by the disproportionate outcomes. And in a similar way, sometimes a neighborhood is built on top of a toxic waste dump. And part of the way that comes to someone's attention is that children in the neighborhood begin to get cancer. Now, they don't all get cancer. Only a few do. Maybe only 1 in 100 do. But see, the rate of that cancer in the other neighborhoods is 1 in 5,000. And that's why you know something is coming out of the ground here, because of this disproportionate incidence. And that's also an important concept to have in mind as we're thinking about how to evaluate how deprivations in childhood affect outcomes in adulthood.
Doctor, what was your first finding regarding developmental limitations in Jeremy's life and their relationship to this offense?
So the first finding is that the brain immaturity implications of Jeremy's age of 16 at the time of the offense are fundamental to understanding the poor judgment and the faulty values that are reflected by his participation in this offense.
Does your discussion of this finding begin on page 11 of your report?
It does.
Dr. Cunningham, I'd like to discuss with you the primary brain changes in or during adolescence and the effect of these on brain functioning. What is the first major feature of brain development across the teens to mid-20s?
So the first feature are major changes in the incentive processing system. That's the evaluation of risk and rewards as in terms of how the wiring of the brain evaluates these. And those major changes in the incentive processing system begin soon after puberty. They start in early adolescence, and they involve the chemistry of the brain. They involve neurotransmitters like dopamine. And what happens is that the reward regions of the brain and their neurocircuitry are undergoing marked developmental changes where the gas pedal comes online before the brakes do. And so that accounts for the willingness of teenagers to engage in risky and in socially motivated behaviors that promote friendship or acceptance, or that help them fit in, that kind of thing. And so teenagers then are particularly vulnerable to risk-taking, reward-seeking, peer-influenced behaviors.
Doctor, what's the next primary aspect of brain development in adolescence?
The next major change is synaptic pruning. So the synaptic pruning involves a reduction in the neurons and connections in the brain. So the synapse is the space that is between two nerve cells or neurons. And the way a neuron works is it has potentially a large number of axons. Those are receiving fibers. But then it has a cell body that's taking care of this neuron. And then it has a single transmission fiber coming out of it called an axon. And that axon comes right up against the dendrites, the receptive fibers of other neurons, but it doesn't touch them. Instead, there's a space between them called a synapse. And all a neuron can do is fire or not fire an electrical impulse. So depending on how these dendrites are stimulated, that may cause this axon to either be inhibited from firing an electrical impulse are facilitated to fire it, that electrical charge moves down that axon, gets to the synapse, and releases chemicals into that space, neurotransmitters, close to the dendrite receptacles of these other neurons that cause them to either fire or not fire. Okay, so that basic description of what's happening at a cellular level then orients you to that with the beginning of adolescence, those synapses that aren't being used are being pruned away. So you actually have a reduction in neuron volume in the cortex associated with this synaptic pruning. And essentially what that's doing is the things that you already know, you learn how to do much better. The language that you can speak, you become even more capable of speaking. But learning a new language after the age of 12, that's not going to be so easy to do. So before the age of 12, while you've got lots of flexibility in these synapses, you can learn a foreign language just by being exposed to it, just to live in that culture. You don't have to study or memorize anything. And you gain native speaker fluency. After the age of 12, you're going to have to study and memorize, and you'll probably always have an accent. Well, what's happened is that the synapses that were not being used associated with that other language acquisition have been pruned away. And that pruning process occurs from the back of the brain to the front of the brain, where the frontal lobes are among the last to undergo that full synaptic pruning.
Dr. Cunningham, do you have a graphic reflecting this synaptic pruning and reduction in gray matter?
I do. So in this graph, you see the blue arched line. This is reflecting frontal gray matter, total volume of neurons. And notice that volume peaks at age 12. And then you see the effects of synaptic pruning as that total volume is reduced. Well, ultimately, even though you have reduced volume, and the negative part is you don't have the flexibility you had before, the good part is that you're so much more effective and efficient with the synapses that you have. So the net effect is being smarter, not on acquiring full adaptation necessarily, but on what you already know.
Dr. Cunningham, has this progressive brain development from the back of the brain to the front of the brain been demonstrated in any imaging studies?
It has, and this I'm going to be showing a time-lapse imaging of brain maturation between the ages of 5 and 20. And this is constructed from MRI scans of healthy children. And this time-lapse compresses 15 years of brain development into just a few seconds. The red indicates more gray matter, and the blue less gray matter. And that gray matter then wanes. In other words, it's reducing from the back of the brain to the front of the brain. So the areas that are performing more basic functions mature earlier. Just a little addition.
Sorry.
Those areas, for example, that are affecting your coordination come online before the areas that control your emotions and self-control. And this prefrontal area, prefrontal cortex that handles reasoning and other executive functions, it's among the last to fully come online in terms of that synaptic pruning. And here's what that looks like, is you see that synaptic pruning spreading across the surface of the brain.
And I think, as you indicated just a minute ago in your testimony, this shows the progression moving from the back of the brain towards
to the front to higher order functions. That's correct.
Dr. Cunningham, what is the next primary process of brain development during adolescence?
The next primary process is substantial myelination. So myelin is a fatty sheath that develops along that axon to insulate it, like you would insulate a wire. And with that fatty sheath that's developing on that axon, it makes the transmission more efficient as it promulgates down that axon. And so that's also occurring in the axons of the cortex, going from the back of the brain to the front of the brain. And it results in much more efficient brain processing. And again, your frontal lobes, the command and control center, are among the last to myelinate. They're coming online later. Now, with this progressively improving connectivity and speed, that supports a lot of different features of executive functioning. Those are things like inhibiting things that are a bad idea, planning ahead, weighing risk and rewards, and simultaneously considering multiple sources of information on the fly. So you have more resources available to you more of the time.
So generally speaking, what abilities come online, for lack of a better term, first in teens?
Well, so for example, the physical coordination of a teenager, which largely comes out of the parietal lobes, those capabilities of exquisite coordination are demonstrated pretty early in this adolescent process. That's what accounts for a teenager's skill on a skateboard or on a bicycle or that kind of thing, while the higher order demonstrations of maturity and an effective weighing of risk and rewards, that comes on much later.
Can you provide an anecdotal example of this progress from back of the brain to the front?
I can. So this has probably been 15 years ago. My wife and I were on the North Dallas Tollway after dinner, headed north. It's about 10 o'clock at night. I'm speeding. I'm going 75, maybe 80. And flying by.
Remember, you're under oath.
I think the statute of limitations has passed. So flying by like a high-pitched swarm of mosquitoes are 4 or 5 teenagers on ninja bikes. Based on the speed they're flying by, they're doing over 100, and they all have their front wheel in the air. Well, that's a demonstration of extraordinarily developed parietal lobes, tremendously capable coordination, and almost no frontal lobes at all in terms of the hazard that they are, the life and death hazard that they are, each of them is creating for himself and his fellow riders and maybe other people on the road. Now, all of these guys have a choice about doing this. They aren't popping their wheels in the air accidentally. They are deliberately doing this, exercising choice, but with a very impaired calculus about the risk benefit. Now, I'm sure it's thrilling. I'm sure the reward part of this is powerful, but it's so profoundly defective in its judgment against what the potential cost of that are.
Doctor, you had mentioned the frontal lobes, what you termed to be the command and control center of the brain. Can you please describe what the frontal lobes of the brain do for us?
Certainly. So the frontal lobes are responsible for much of what you think of in terms of personhood, problem solving, spontaneity, memory, language, motivation, judgment, impulse control, higher expressions of social and sexual behavior. So those are all emanating out of this command and control center that's among the last to come online.
Doctor, can you please describe the fourth major change with brain development across the teens and into the early mid-20s?
So the fourth aspect of brain development is an increase in connections between the different layers of the brain, between the cortex of the brain and deeper emotional levels. And this is important in regulating emotions. So, for example, you're not surprised when you see a 2-year-old or 2 or 3-year-old have meltdowns and tantrums and throw themselves on the floor to pretty easy events. I mean, either it's been they're a little bit late on getting a nap, or it's been a little late since they ate, or they're just frustrated with something, and they have such limited control that they just fall to the floor and have a fit. Now, If you saw somebody who was 30 years old do the same thing in the response to the same situation, you'd say, oh my gosh, what in the world is going on with this person? Why don't they have better ability to modulate their emotions as compared to this 3-year-old? Well, that's what this deeper level of connections that has been progressing across childhood does. As Jeremy is having his meltdowns that his father Dean testified about and that he talked to me about on the phone, where the things would build up and he would go into the bathroom and bawl for 2 or 3 hours. And in the midst of this sobbing, be speaking about all of this self-derogatory. I'm such a loser. I'm so stupid. I'm, this self-recrimination. That reflects very inadequately developed, along with depression and some other things that are happening, emotional crisis. It also reflects the limited degree of emotional modulation that his cortex is able to provide for him at that time.
Doctor, is there a simplification or analogy that summarizes this brain development and the vulnerability that it creates in teens?
There is. Most simply, it's the idea that the gas pedal comes online. The gas pedal comes online before the brakes do, and that's particularly a vulnerability for middle adolescence, which is like 14 to 17. So it's the concept that if you were going to leave a kid unattended overnight, it might actually be safer to leave an 11-year-old unattended than a 15-year-old, because the 11-year-old has 11-year-old impulses, but 11-year-old brakes. And the 15-year-old has 15-year-old impulses, or maybe even those impulses on steroids, and 11-year-old brakes. And so the potential for that kid getting into mischief is actually enhanced.
Dr. Cunningham, do these changes in brain physiology and processing have implications for the behavior of teens as opposed to adults?
It does.
What is the first of these implications?
So the first of these is that as they are working with this immature brain, that they are less capable of mature judgments. And that has several sub-aspects to it. There's a tendency, a propensity to engage in risky and even illegal behavior. And that propensity is related to having less mature judgment, which is a direct outgrowth of inadequate physiological support. That's the nature of the brain apparatus that this individual has. Risky and illegal behavior is virtually normative among adolescents. Virtually normative. And that risky behavior frequently includes criminal activity. It is so normative that it is statistically unusual or aberrant to not engage in any criminal activity as an adolescent. But you're kind of an outlier if that's what happens. Both violent crime and less serious offenses peak sharply in adolescence and then drop precipitously in young adulthood. So again, the criminal behavior is entirely in sync with what's going on with brain development, which is really the foundation of the Miller decision, as the Supreme Court cites all of this brain science. That as the functional expressions of that immaturity peak, so does crime. And as that more mature brain comes on board, crime drops off.
Dr. Cunningham, do you have a chart illustrating recent data regarding this age crime curve?
I do. So this is data that was published just last year. And it's a graphic that reflects how old the individual is across the bottom. So that ranges from age 10 to 60. And in this chart, all of the increments across that horizontal axis are not the same. So notice that beginning, we go with the first one is a 5-year increment from 10 to 15. Then we start taking it year by year, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, out to 25. Then we go to 5-year increments again. Well, that allows us to see in much finer detail the curve that's happening between the ages of 15 and 25. The vertical axis, that's the rate of violent crime per 100,000 persons. This is violent crime we're talking about. On the, at least the purple graphing is violent crime. The dotted green line is property crime. And notice that those are peaking between the ages of about 15 and 19, both the property crime and the violent crime. And notice that by the time by the time we're looking at a population that's 25 or more, their incidence of violent crime is less than half of what it is among individuals that are age 17, for example. And so you see this crime-related curve that is happening inversely to what's going on in the brain. As the brain is getting more mature, crime is dropping off.
Doctor, is this same finding demonstrated with historical data?
It is. So on the left, you see a similar graphic where there's age across the bottom axis and criminal activity up the vertical axis. This is data from England and Wales in the 1840s. And you're seeing the same thing. 180 years ago in another country, they're looking at the same thing, that crime peaks here in the mid to late, across the mid to late teens, and then falls precipitously across the lifespan. Now, this looks like a steeper curve because they haven't given year by year for 15, 16, 17, 18. So that pushes that shrinks this. If you spread this out, it would look just like the current data. The data on the right is U.S. Justice Department data, arrest records in the United States in the 1970s. So we're looking at the same thing historically because human brains are maturing in the same way across these centuries.
Dr. Cunningham, when you say that teens are less capable of mature judgments, how would you disaggregate this immaturity? What components does this have?
So yeah, you could break this down as we think about less capable mature judgments into being less capable to exercise self-regulation, which means that they're less able to resist their social and emotional impulses. They have less ability there. They use a risk-reward calculus that emphasizes the rewards of this over the risk and neglects long-term consequences in favor of immediate rewards. So Shaden Miller has a very temporary problem of failing Spanish that he is attempting to address. And there's an immediate reward that would come from not failing Spanish after all, with the neglect of the profound cost of this for himself, for Ms. Graber, for Jeremy, for the community as a whole. And so it's a calculus that neglects that extraordinary cost. And so they have less ability to foresee and take into account the consequences of their behavior, or to take into account the perspectives of someone else, to appreciate that person's personhood.
Doctor, can you provide the court with some examples of this reduced capability in the behaviors of Jeremy in this offense?
There are so many. So consistent with the testimony this morning from the detective, that the planning of this was the planning for how to carry it out. That's what the planning was for. And once that tragic act had been carried out, it's like now they're improvising about now what do we do? That the planning of this over that 2 weeks had not actually gone more than a few minutes beyond the offense. So they didn't think about that the ground was going to be too hard, or that there might be a problem with confessing to some other people that you have done this. in terms of then not being prosecuted. So there's this improvisation that's occurring after the fact that neglects the extraordinary cost that it has. Jeremy's proceeding in this offense out of loyalty to a friend and to maintain that friend's approval and be seen positively in Chaden's eyes. So that small social reward for this enormous cost to Ms. Graber and to him and Chaden. And again, and there's so many others that have been impacted by the reverberations of this. And so it's a failure to give weight to these costs as if they're not even on the screen.
Doctor, in your response, you indicated that there was essentially 2 weeks that Chaden and Jeremy were planning this out. From your perspective as a psychologist, is that accurate? Was there two weeks of planning that these two had engaged in?
Well, two corrections that I would make with that. First, that largely Jeremy seems to have outsourced the planning to Chaden, as if somehow, since he's there to assist, he doesn't actually have to be engaged in thinking this through, even though his own life is profoundly in jeopardy. As best I can tell from this plan, this is more like 15 minutes of planning that occurs recurrently over a 2-week period of time. And that planning is only about how to do it, not about how to get away with it. Now, the challenge in a murder is never to carry it out. That's a relatively, it's a profoundly serious thing, but it's a relatively simple thing to kill somebody. The problem is to do that and not be apprehended for it. That's the challenge. And so a plan that only carries you through carrying this out, but doesn't extend through how you actually avoid apprehension in a significant way, is an example of this. It's an example of an adolescent approach. If I could give an analogy, it's like you spend 2 weeks planning to run away as a teenager. And that involves securing your parents' car and getting it down the street. And you and your girlfriend spend 2 weeks talking about how each of you, how you're gonna get your parents' car and you're gonna go by and get her, and she's gonna crawl out her window and go down the street. And so there's a plan for how we're gonna run away together that only goes as far as getting about a mile down the road. That doesn't then involve, so how will we live? Will we ever see our parents again? Will we even still like each other in 6 months, since we're only 15 years old now or 16 years old? And so it's a plan that's elaborate up to carrying it out to get to driving away, but that's as far as the plan goes. That's a classically adolescent plan.
Dr. Cunningham, what's the next major implication of brain immaturity at age 16?
So the next is that out of that brain immaturity, adolescents are more vulnerable to negative external influences. And so they are much more susceptible than adults are to the influences of neighborhood or family, or as in this case, their peers. And because they are socially dependent, and Jeremy, out of his own self-esteem, vulnerabilities, and his mom's abandonment and other deprivations that I'll talk about, Jeremy is unusually socially dependent as a teenager. And that makes it difficult for them to extract themselves out of a corruptive situation, or even out of a plan like this, where once he said yes, extracting himself from this would require some degree of ego strength and autonomy and independence, which he is sorely lacking. And so the other thing that happens from a simply physiological standpoint is that that even beyond this social dependence, that a teenager's brain actually percolates, processes information differently depending on whether another teen is present. So, for example, they do in the lab, they would do functional imaging like a PET scan, where you're measuring brain metabolism as somebody is actively thinking about a task. And so you're doing that, and one area of the teenager's brain lights up as they're working on a task. You bring another teenager into the room, and different areas of their brain start lighting up trying to process the same task. Now with adults, when you do that same thing with adults and an area of their brain lights up, you bring in adults or children, they keep using the same part of their brain. It's not affected by it. But teenagers actually are activating their brain differently depending on just the presence of somebody. They don't have to be coercing them, just their presence. So we have some public policy expression of this. In some states, a 16-year-old driver is not allowed to drive at night with another teenager in the car unless there's an adult in the front seat. So that's a recognition that this other teenager doesn't have to be directly coercive. Just their being there causes this kid to act and actually think differently.
Dr. Cunningham, can you again please provide some examples of this reduced capability in the behaviors that you observed in this offense?
So as we look at this being subject to influence, this is an offense that by my analysis, neither Jeremy nor Chaden could have carried out independently. They needed the borrowed ego strength of another kid to be there. So Chaden tries to recruit Dill before he approaches Jeremy. Dill, whose functional maturity and maybe ego strength is a little bit better, says no. Now, Chaden, out of his limited understanding of the magnitude of what he's proposing and his limited theory of mind, his limited ability to be in the heads of somebody else, he doesn't realize that once he's floated this issue to Dill and Dill says no, he can never now go through with it. He can't now go forward to kill Ms. Graber because here's Dill, who first thing upon this is likely to then inform law enforcement, gee, Chaden was talking to me about this, but Chaden is not snapping to that. So he's attempting to recruit a Confederate to kind of shore up his own ability without realizing the implications of what he's done as he makes that overture. So that would be one example of this participation in it. And Jeremy similarly has never been engaged in serious violence before this. I had a fist fight in the jail, but nothing like this. And so it's difficult to imagine that Jeremy is ever in this situation, but for a good friend who's there with him in it. And you get this synergy. My father has a saying about this and about what happens is you add another kid to the mix. And that is that one boy is a boy, two boys are half a boy, and three boys are no boy at all. And that's the idea that as you add in additional immature brains, the net quality of judgment is subtracted. Now, you may know this from having a latchkey kid, that the rule is that your 13-year-old can come in the house, but nobody else comes inside. Because if you have another boy come in, the likelihood of misadventure quadruples. And if three boys come in, anything can happen. And so it's this, again, this idea that the net quality of functioning is reduced as you add another boy to the mix.
Doctor, are there additional components of this vulnerability to negative external influence?
There are. So we can also identify that there is a developmentally based desire for approval. That's normative. That's supposed to happen, that you want the approval of your peers. And then along with that, a fear of rejection. And so, as Jeremy in his proffer says that he didn't want Chaden to view him as a pussy. Some of that is this fear of rejection, this fear of being viewed in a negative way. Now remember, Jeremy already is deriding himself and has such seriously flawed self-esteem coming out of the deprivations and abandonment of his childhood that he is acutely vulnerable to this notion of being viewed negatively by somebody who's been his friend for a long time. And of course, that approval part of it is only a part of it. It's also this experience of having a friend and the developmental focus that makes that agenda primary on top of everything else. Because of these dynamics, teenagers are far more likely to commit crimes in groups or in a context where they experience peer pressure as being part of the motivation for it. One of the things that happens with brain development and also the accrual of functional maturity, we all develop the social skills to resist those influences, to tolerate some disapproval, to swallow a rejection, as we would maintain our own view of our own interests and our own view of what's the right thing.
Doctor, based on the best available research, when is adult brain development achieved?
Best available research says that brain development is not achieved until age 25. So as we think about where Jeremy is at age 16, it isn't that he's right up against 18, so he's almost there. No, this started when he was 12 or 13, and it will continue out to him being 25. So the difference between a 25-year-old and a 16-year-old is not 9 years of accumulated experience. The 25-year-old has a fundamentally better wired brain than the 16-year-old.
What capabilities develop in sync with the brain maturing?
Well, the things that we think about as reflecting maturity, good judgment, impulse control, where an idea occurs to us and we say, no, I'm actually not going to do that. Delay of gratification. Jeremy at 16, he works part-time with a construction company his father worked with on school breaks, and whatever money he gets, he blows right away. His ability to delay gratification is so limited. With time, he'll develop an ability to delay, and with brain development, he'll develop an ability to delay that gratification, to save up, to think of long-term goals. Appreciation of consequences, empathy, where you authentically identify with and experience the personhood of someone else. That also is related to this development of the frontal lobes. It's not simply that lack of empathy that Chaden and Jeremy expressed toward Ms. Graber is not a sign of somehow being fundamentally pathological or depraved. It's an indication of immaturity in their brain development that sharply limits the empathy that they can bring to bear.
Doctor, what types of research support the finding that brain development continues to the mid-20s?
So there are 6 different lines of research that demonstrate brain development continuing out to the mid-20s. We can look at psychosocial behavior and what underlies that. We can look at statistics on who is getting hurt and killed. We can look at autopsy and pathology tissue studies that are done after people die. There's also neurochemical and pharmacological research, neuroimaging. We saw some of that on the time lapse, for example, MRIs and CT, and also functional neuroimaging during task performance, things like those PET studies that I talked about a minute ago.
Doctor, I want to briefly explore a couple of these arenas of research with you. Let's start with the psychosocial behavioral assessment research. From this body of research, what functional capabilities are continuing to develop to the mid-20s?
So you can see these in an array of what's emanating out of the growth and capability in the prefrontal cortex, this front part of the brain. And as we look at those, it involves things like considering the future and making predictions. Like, if I tell my good friend John Burnett all about this, John Burnett is not in the mafia. He is not a hardened criminal. He's just this middle class, regular kid. And upon hearing this, this will be way too much for him to carry. And he's either going to need to talk to another peer about it, or he's going to need to talk to a parent about it. And as he talks about it, this will very likely come back to the attention of law enforcement. So Jeremy's ability to consider the future and make predictions about it that seem obvious to us about what the social chain is of what will happen as you confess to John Burnett, or as you are confessing and sending photos to a couple of your gaming friends in another state. It's this profound inability for someone who is otherwise intelligent to be able to project into the future. Other things that are a part of this: organizing your thoughts and problem solving, forming strategies and planning that goes beyond just the act, but then what happens next. Inhibiting inappropriate behavior, considering multiple streams of information at the same time, weighing consequences, modulating intense emotions that would limit those kind of meltdowns that he has in the bathroom every month or two. Impulse control and delaying gratification. These are all different expressions of maturity that are continuing to develop out to age 25 as the frontal lobes are undergoing the developmental processes that I described.
Doctor, do other scholars also address psychosocial capabilities that continue to develop as the brain matures during the early to mid-20s? They do. And can you describe these perspectives?
So these come out of a research project that the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT, was undertaking, is they looked at what is developing from the late teens out into the mid-20s as the brain matures. And similarly to this other line of research, they're identifying that with that capability is more complex thinking, an appreciation of diverse views, mutuality in relationship. That means that you have this sense of reciprocal social obligation to everybody else in society, that we're kind of all in this together, and you're oriented toward our joint welfare, not just your own. Emotional regulation, risk-taking and decision-making, and progressively having these capabilities available to you, even under stress.
What is the relationship between brain development continuing into the mid-20s and moral reasoning?
Well, the quality of moral reasoning that someone can bring to bear rests on some of the same development. So moral reasoning is not just, do you know right from wrong? So a 7-year-old could tell you that it's wrong to kill someone. But the moral reasoning that a 7-year-old can engage about that is very, very different than the moral reasoning that a 30-year-old could bring to bear. So this isn't so simple as just, didn't you know it was wrong? but instead, what's the quality of understanding and moral reasoning that you can bring to bear about that? And the subcomponents then that are a part of adult-like moral reasoning are having a moral code or faith that you're operating from, and a sense of personal ethics. And then your behavior is guided by empathy that you experience and resonate what somebody else will feel or experience, and sensitivity to having your antenna out for those experiences. And then a recognition of the personhood of others, that this other person is this unique individual who has his or her own history and story and drama and fears and relationships and significance, the extraordinary significance of somebody else's life, and being able to take the perspective of that person as well. And then being able to consider the magnitude of consequences for yourself and other people, and this sense of reciprocal social obligation that I talked about. So as we talk about or think about the ability of adults to do the right thing and to desist from crime, what we're looking at in that curve that we saw, those are based on more than just intellectual or cognitive recognition of right and wrong, and instead are based on these abilities that are on this continuum that are steadily developing from middle childhood out into your mid-20s.
Dr. Cunningham, now I'd like to briefly explore the research utilizing morbidity and mortality data to reflect brain development.
Certainly.
What large-scale morbidity and mortality data demonstrates continued brain development into the mid-20s?
So kind of a classic example of this in terms of large-scale data are driving fatalities. This graph is like the others you've seen. Across the bottom are the age of the drivers. The first bar is 15 to 20, then 21 to 24, then 25 to 34, and so on. And then the vertical axis are the number of drivers that are involved in fatal crashes per 100,000 drivers. So you can see that that rate of driving fatality peaks for the group that are 15 to 20, who have the more immature brains. The group that's 21 to 24, still working on their brain maturity, but as they've advanced in that sum, notice that their fatality rate drops. And then the group that are 25 to 24 only have about 55% of the fatalities of those 15 to 20-year-olds, and so on down the line until you get out to age 69. Then you get a little bit of an uptick with the impairments of age that occur. But up to that time, you see the benefits of increasing maturity, and particularly you note the difference between 15 to 20 and 25 to 34.
Doctor, what about homicide data? Does this also illuminate brain development considerations?
It does. So we see a similar sort of thing in terms of homicide offending. The homicide offending rate for males age 18 to 24 is 29.3 per 100,000. That rate is double that of persons that are 25 to 34, where it's 14.9 per 100,000. So not only do you see the effects of brain development and age in driving fatalities, you also see this in terms of crime and even homicides.
Dr. Cunningham, to simplify for the court, what is the functional implication of being 16 years old?
That you are immature. You're immature in your brain development, and you're immature in the functional capabilities that are an outgrowth of that immature brain development.
In addition to findings associated with Jeremy's brain immaturity at age 16, did you also make findings about his functional maturity?
I did. I found him to exhibit particular functional immaturity. In other words, that he is less functionally, at that time was less functionally mature than most 16-year-old age mates.
What is the most glaring demonstration of Jeremy's particular functional immaturity?
His participation in this offense. I mean, in the contrast, an overture is made to Dill. He has enough functional maturity to say no. An overture is made to Jeremy, and he doesn't have it. And I think that's part of what is disturbing about his involvement in this is, my gosh, how could you step in to do this for something that wasn't your agenda, wasn't your problem? And I think it goes to this particular functional immaturity.
Dr. Cunningham, what factors may result in particular immaturity exacerbating the brain immaturity shared by all 16-year-olds?
So there are 4 different areas of adversity that may end up affecting functional maturity, the ability to take advantage of at least where you are at age 16. There can be issues that are a function of the wiring of the brain, neurodevelopmental factors that may result in somebody operating with lower functional maturity than their age mates. There may be psychosocial adversities. That's what's going on in your family and community, and what traumas and deprivations that are undermining your developmental progress. Then it may be that there are psychological disorders that may be present. Those psychological disorders also act to reduce the functional maturity that you can bring to bear. And finally, there may be substance abuse that acts to undermine the development of coping capabilities and psychological health.
Doctor, and you may have included this in your explanation, but I'll just go ahead and ask, and just let me know if you've already answered the question. The first arena of maturity delaying factors, neurodevelopmental deficits, what is that?
Well, that's anything having to do with the wiring that you have. That could be attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, such as Jeremy exhibited. It could be learning disabilities. It could be a deficient intelligence. It could be neurologically adverse events like huffing glue or paint, or anoxias that have occurred for one reason or another. It's anything that negatively impacts the wiring of the brain.
Dr. Cunningham, were such neurodevelopmental deficits in Jeremy addressed in your next finding?
They are.
What was that?
My second finding is Jeremy's functional maturity was delayed by untreated attention deficit hyperactivity disorder.
Does your discussion on this finding begin on page 19 of your report?
It does.
Dr. Cunningham, what is attention deficit hyperactivity disorder?
So attention deficit hyperactivity disorder is a disorder that's made up of a triad of symptoms. Inattention, difficulty focusing, distractibility, inattention, impulsivity, that's acting with insufficient forethought, and excessive motor activity, that's being hyper, that the kid seems to always be on the go. Now, these are all thought to be related to a common process, which is an inadequate activation of inhibitory neurons. The inhibitory neurons are the ones that would put the brakes on your nervous system, on your brain. And because those inhibitory circuits are not functioning adequately, the child is less able to focus his attention because, something happens over here, kind of squirrel, and so he's then diverted because he can't inhibit that to focus on this. The same thing with responding to impulses, of not putting the brakes on those. And even the excessive motor activity is about those inhibitory neurons not slowing down the circuits.
Doctor, does the presence of ADHD place a child generally at greater risk for other disorders?
It does.
Can you explain that for us?
So this is based on large-scale data, over 61,000 children, including 5,000 with ADHD. And we're examining comorbidity. Comorbidity means one disorder is there with another one. And 4 different categories were examined in this study. And we've got the kids with ADHD and the kids with no ADHD. So for learning disability, the kids with ADHD were 9 times more likely to have a learning disability, 46% versus 5%. They were 13 times more likely to have conduct disorder. That's a pattern of more serious behavior disturbance in childhood. They were 9 times more likely to have anxiety, and they were 14 times more likely to suffer from depression. Now, they didn't all suffer from depression. Only 1 in 7 suffered from depression. But see, that's 14 times the rate of depression among the kids that don't have ADHD. Often there was more than one disorder present. So 33% of the kids had 1 additional comorbid disorder, 16% had 2, 18% had 3 or more.
Doctor, did Jeremy exhibit any of these comorbid disorders?
He did.
And which ones?
Anxiety and depression.
What childhood behavior issues are associated with ADHD?
So again, from the same study, the kids with ADHD were 4 times more likely to be placed on activity restrictions, 5 times more likely to have school problems, and were more often observed to repeat a grade, have poor parent-child communication, and lower social competence.
Dr. Cunningham, were any of these increased risks realized in Jeremy's childhood?
They were.
Which ones?
So his father has him on chronic activity restriction, and he's getting in trouble at school periodically. There is poor parent-child communication between Jeremy and Dean, and his social competence is lower, particularly in terms of his low self-esteem around that and his social anxiety. As he's observed from the outside, other kids don't seem to see him as being socially incompetent, but his experience of that himself is of being socially incompetent, and that then interferes with his ability to relate.
Doctor, is there a symptom of attention deficit hyperactivity disorder that is particularly implicated in this offense?
There is.
And what is that?
That's impulsivity.
As we consider the role of planning in Jeremy's behavior in this offense and whether this was impulsive, what considerations are important to bring to bear?
So it's critically important to understand that there are 2 types of impulsivity. There's reactive impulsivity and judgment impulsivity. Now, reactive impulsivity is an immediate response to provocation, opportunity, or urge. Somebody bumps into you and you shove them. So that's spontaneous with little planning or preparation. And that reactive impulsivity is most characteristic of preschool age children or adults who are angry or intoxicated or are suddenly confronted with a situation that they didn't expect and now are reacting to it. That's reactive impulsivity. That's not the type of impulsivity, though, that's most common with teenagers or among kids with ADHD. Their impulsivity is more likely to reflect judgment impulsivity. So judgment impulsivity is like, I meet a woman today, and we spend the next 2 days planning our lives together, and on Wednesday we get married. Now that's profoundly impulsive, even though we spent the last 2 days talking and thinking and planning for it. That's judgment impulsivity. So there's planning, but it's ill-conceived with an inadequate weighing of consequences and very often a curtailed future projection. It's like the projection is only as far as we get married and we ride off into the sunset, or we get down the road in the car, or in this instance, okay, now tragically Ms. Graber is down. Okay, now what? That's that curtailed future projection.
Dr. Cunningham, later in your testimony, will you be detailing illustrations of judgment impulsivity in the offense planning and conduct in this case?
I will, and those are numerous.
What was the next arena of maturity delayed delaying factors in Jeremy's childhood that exacerbated the brain immaturity shared by all 16-year-olds?
So the next factor is psychosocial adversities.
What categories of psychosocial adversity did you find in Jeremy's background?
So I found 3 of those. There are family dysfunctions and deprivations. And then there are social divisions in school and community. And then third, there's the pandemic.
Let's begin with the first of these psychosocial adversities, family dysfunctions and deprivations. Which of your findings addresses this psychosocial adversity?
So this is finding 3. Jeremy Goodale's childhood was characterized by chronic family dysfunctions and deprivations, acting to delay age-expected autonomy, ego strength, and functional maturity.
Does your discussion of this finding begin on page 21 of your report?
It does.
Dr. Cunningham, please list what you've learned about the family dysfunctions and deprivations in Jeremy's background.
I seem to have lost the screen that I have. There it is. So I identified 9 of these. I identified that there is transgenerational family dysfunction and distress. That's family dysfunction that goes from generation to generation. There was his mother's increasing failure to foster emotional autonomy with each successive child that she had. That being the worst with Jeremy, who was the last of the 5 children. There was his mother's emotional detachment from and neglect of her children when they were no longer babies. It's characterized to me that it's like the child was a baby doll. And after the child wasn't a baby doll anymore, then she was done with it. There was broader parental neglect in addition to these features. There was the parents' excessive work hours, and not just their hours, but their focus on work that was given primacy to the detriment of the kids. Parental care and nurturance was abdicated to Jackie, as she testified. There was chronic marital dysfunction between Dean and Christine. That was then followed by separation and divorce. Christine then abandoned her children for Jeff Griggs, her boyfriend. And then there were Dean's interpersonal limitations and his attitudinal rigidity. And those were all synergistically interacting dysfunctions and deprivations that were undermining Jeremy's development.
Dr. Cunningham, your first factor is transgenerational dysfunction and distress. What's the relevance of the relatives in Jeremy's family system to his decisions and outcomes?
Well, there are several processes by which generations influence each other. Very importantly, the child is predisposed through heredity. So the likelihood of substance abuse and dependence has a very significant hereditary element to it, even if you're adopted at birth. Similarly, the likelihood of mood disorder, anxiety disorder also has a significant hereditary component. Even personality traits have significant hereditary aspects to them. Now, again, these things are not based on your interactions with these people. This is what you're getting genetically. It's like your risk of heart disease or high blood pressure or some forms of cancer. It's not about your interactions. It's about what's happening at a cellular level that you have inherited. And so that's a major way that generations impact each other is through heredity. Then there are some other mechanisms that are based on what's happening psychosocially in a family. The first of these is scripts. Scripts are the unwritten story of how your life is supposed to go. And that story is based on, that self-created story is based on your observations of your parents and siblings and stories about your grandparents or extended family, to some extent, perhaps on the community around you. And on the basis of that, a script for your life is developed. So for example, in my clinical practice, I've had a 16-year-old girl in front of me who was pregnant and unmarried, whose mother was pregnant and unmarried at 15, whose mother was pregnant and unmarried at age 15. Well, there's more going on here than just this little girl's decisions in the backseat of a car. This is a script about how your life is supposed to go. Now, those scripts may either be positive or negative, depending on kind of what the raw materials are. For example, I have interviewed a school teacher in the inner city on a case that happened there, and she was talking about sitting her class in small groups where there was a discussion about what they wanted to be when they grew up. And some of the little boys would say, when I go to prison, because everybody in their life has gone to prison. This is part of the script of what happens to you. Or alternatively, it never occurred to me not to finish high school. It never really occurred to me not to finish college. That's just kind of what you did. And so those scripts may be functional, or they may carry someone in harm's way. Another multi-generational process is modeling. Modeling is where you catch yourself doing the thing your parent did that you swore you never would. So that's imitation whether you wanted to or not. And that modeling may be based on what you see your parents doing or sibling, or it could be your siblings and what you observe from them. And then there's a third process called sequential damage. Sequential damage means that Christine was damaged as she was growing up by an alcoholic father, by the divorce of her parents, by being tasked with raising her own younger siblings. Christine was damaged by her own developmental experiences. She becomes an adult and begins to have children, but she's a damaged person. And so she loves her children, but she loves them badly, and she damages the next generation. Dean is damaged by the alcoholism of both of his parents, by their chronic conflict, by their domestic violence, by his father's womanizing and even involving him as a subterfuge for pursuing that. Dean is damaged by that, and by, I think, some hereditary interpersonal disfluency that is in his family system. And so as he goes about parenting as well, he comes into that being a damaged person. And he loves his children, but it's in the face of those impairments that limit him. So that's this notion of sequential damage.
Doctor, as we talk about this first factor, transgenerational dysfunction and distress in Jeremy's family system, have you prepared a family tree to assist the court's understanding?
I have.
Can you share that with us now?
Certainly. So on this family tree, the females are ovals and the males are squares, or rectangles. Everybody that has a genetic relationship with Jeremy has a solid line around their shape. If there's a dotted line, that means they're part of the family system, but there's no hereditary relationship. And so at the top, we got the paternal family on the left and the maternal family on the right. The very first level are the grandparents. So you have Richard and June Goodale, Dean's parents, Jeremy's grandparents. They're married to each other and they have 4 children. Richard is subsequently married twice, and June is married once. So that's at the grandparents level. Then on the maternal side, the maternal grandparents are Bernard and Heidi Boyer. They have 2 children of their own, Christine and Eric. Then Bernard is with Yolanda and has 2 children with her. And Heidi is with Sylvan and has 2 children with him. Then we're pulling Christine down with a dotted line so that she is then married to Dean. And they have 5 children. Then she ultimately has another common law, at least, a partner, Jeff Griggs. And then the dates of birth of the years of birth are also reflected. Dean is the third of four boys. He is 11 years older than Christine as they get together. And then Jackie's born in 95, Camille in 96, Sophia in 98, Olivia in 2001, Jeremy in 2005. So that's kind of our family system as we would map it in a family tree or what psychologists call a genogram.
Doctor, using this family tree, can you please describe some of the transgenerational dysfunction and distress in Jeremy's family system?
I can. So first, the shapes that are shaded in gray, I just don't have information about. So I don't know what their outcomes are. So that's why they're shaded in gray. Everybody who is shaded in yellow has a history of drug or alcohol abuse. Now, that's important because the most powerful risk factor for drug and alcohol abuse is heredity. And so as Jeremy has a significant marijuana dependency, then the presence of alcohol and drug abuse in his family background becomes really important to understand how he came by that and what his own choices have to do with it. Now, the presence of alcohol or drug abuse doesn't just affect the likelihood of that outcome, it also increases the likelihood of mood disorder. So these two things are they're linked with each other, where either substance dependence or mood disorder increases the likelihood of either one among family members. All right, so everybody who is in yellow has a history of drug and alcohol abuse. Everybody with a heavy red line around their shape has a history of mood disorder. So that includes the paternal grandmother and Christine and two sisters and Jeremy. Everybody with a heavy blue line around their shape has a history of interpersonal disfluency. And that includes Richard, Goodale, the paternal grandfather, Neil, the paternal uncle, and Dean. Those that have the dotted field in their shape have a history of criminal activity in their youth. And so that's two paternal uncles, Dean and Jeremy. And then those that have the circle with the line through it, that reflects dropping out of high school. And that includes Christine, Jackie, Camille, and Sophia.
Dr. Cunningham, you have specified mood disorders, substance dependence, and interpersonal disfluency on the family tree. What is the significance of this in Jeremy's family system?
Well, those all then increase the risk of his having those same issues. So remember that alcohol and drug abuse and mood disorder share this cross-genetic vulnerability. That involves, one or the other involves a lot of shapes in Jeremy's family system. There is significant loading for him to have both substance issues and mood disorder, given the loading that this has in his family system. And interpersonal disfluency also has a hereditary aspect to it. And some of Jeremy's social anxiety and lack of confidence and that sort of thing, as well as even his navigating of this situation, reflects some social disfluency.
Doctor, are there broad scientific findings that support the role of heredity in substance dependence, mood disorders, and psychological disorders, and even personality characteristics?
There are.
From your analysis of the family deprivations Jeremy experienced, how would you explain the parenting dysfunctions of Christine?
So yeah, so it's kind of an overview. We've listed out, here are the deprivations that Jeremy experienced. How do we understand how these occurred in his family of origin? And we'll begin with Christine. So Christine exhibits a broad parenting disfluency. It's as if she doesn't really understand how you go about the process of raising an emotionally healthy child, how you go about equipping this child to leave you someday and optimally go out into the world as a healthy, functional person. She seems not to have much of a clue about exactly what that involves. Her approach to parenting is egocentric. That means that she experiences it in terms of herself. So that's this notion that her children are objects. And as long as that little object is gratifying to her needs, then she's on board with it. But as that object is no longer meeting her needs, or as there's even some tension or inconvenience or it interferes with a relationship, then she jettisons that. Instead, her own dependency needs are primary. What makes her feel significant and cared for, as opposed to what will help this child feel significant and cared for. And then she's also prone to depression. And out of that, there is an abdication of care to Jackie, for example, and the other older sisters. There's a general disinterest in the child and the child's activities and creating a sense of ongoing significance for the kid, and abandonment. The abandonment is grossest for Jeremy, who's abandoned at age 10. But she actually abandons all of her children. That her relationship with the girls largely ended as she was expelling them from the house as teenagers. And even as they have reached out to her in young adulthood, she has not responded by restoring that relationship. So that's ultimately the most profound injury that's done to Jeremy's childhood, is that abandonment that she broadly then exhibited to the family system as a whole.
Doctor, earlier we had heard testimony from Jackie describing the incident in which her mother kicked her out of the house during her teenage years. Is that an example of Christine sort of weighing her dependency needs and making a choice? And can you elaborate on that?
Sure. So Jackie described Christine going back and forth between Jeff, who's in the car, and Jackie. And as she goes back and forth, trying to figure out how is she going to negotiate the supports for her. So Jackie at this point has essentially become her mom's friend and confidant. They work together in the restaurant. They sit and smoke cigarettes and drink together. Jackie is the primary parent, not just a co-parent, but kind of the primary parent for Jeremy. And so Christine is significantly relying on Jackie as a source of support for her. She's letting Jackie drop out of school to help her in the restaurant, not what is it that best serves Jackie's future. And so here's Christine, who's caught between her dependency needs. She's got Jeff over here and she's got Jackie over here, and she's going back and forth. And ultimately she resolves that her dependency needs are best met by kicking Jackie out and having Jeff. So that story kind of captures her dependency vulnerability and her resolution of that at great cost to Sophia, who she's gotten fired and she's kicking out, Jackie, who's living in a car, Jeremy, who loses his primary mother figure in that household. And then ultimately she expels Jeremy by leaving herself.
Dr. Cunningham, what about Dean? How would you explain the parenting dysfunctions you found exhibited by Dean?
So Dean also exhibits significant parenting disfluency, even though he's well-intended. Jackie characterized that her father was better with plants than he was with people. Food, politics, woke, transgender. I mean, these ideas that he has within his own head end up being more important than the relationships of engaging, which he has had great difficulty doing with his children, and is semi-estranged from several of his daughters, or they've agreed not to discuss anything except a narrow range of topics. And then Dean was heavily oriented toward his work, and was a hard worker, but heavily oriented toward that work and toward contributing to this kind of food aspect of the Maharishi movement. You get a sense of Dean's parenting in his response to seeking treatment for Jeremy that he testified about to today. So as I understand Dean's kind of orientation toward psychological and physical health, so you need to be physically and spiritually centered by meditating. And then you need to keep your body well integrated with all of that by eating properly, eating organic foods and avoiding vaccines and medicines and that kind of thing. And that's what will make you happy. That's what will create attending to those things will result in everything being good. So he takes Jeremy to a functional medicine specialist. So Jeremy is devastated by the abandonment of his mother and by the other neglect that I'll talk about. He desperately needs someone to talk to relate to give him some sense of connection as he is just lost as a goose as an early adolescent with carrying all of this history. After all the other kids have been picked up, and even all the teachers have gone home except one, who's not allowed to leave while a student is still here. So the school talks to Dean about that. You really need to get here to pick him up. And it still happens after that. Eventually, the last teacher just says, so Jeremy, is your dad coming? Yeah, I think he'll be here. Okay, see you. So there's an unreliability aspect. Even as Dean talked about securing counseling services for Jeremy across a 3 or 4 year period of time, but actually we had to be talking about a 5-year period of time. That needed to start when mom left when he was 10, out to age 16. That's 6 years of risk. Jeremy's having these meltdowns along the way at 13, 14, 15. And I heard him describe some attempts that were made, but not actually making it happen. Going to the counseling center and making that happen, securing those resources. And then it also has been characterized by estrangement. Jeremy and Dean were estranged within the household because Jeremy was unable to structure himself, and their relationship turned increasingly punitive. And then Dean has been somewhat estranged from his daughters as well, closest now to Jackie, but has some degree of estrangement with the others.
Dr. Cunningham, several of the parenting dysfunctions you've identified involve parental neglect. What different forms of parental neglect did you identify in Jeremy's childhood?
So there was neglect of autonomy, of helping create somebody who could be a portable person with ego strength and the ability to say no and to recognize himself as being separate. There was neglect of nurturance. There was household neglect, just in the general conditions of the household. There was hygiene neglect on making sure that Jeremy got a bath regularly and put on clean clothes. There was neglect of structure, even things as simple as like getting picked up from school. There was neglect of social engagement. They live 6 miles out of town. Jeremy might have a friend come home from school once or twice a month, but there was not a sense of the importance in childhood of routine interaction outside of school with your peers and having a best friend and what that does in development. Similarly, he played a little bit of sports. He did a season or two of Little League and a season of soccer over here. His Little League experience was unsuccessful because he was always afraid of the ball, because nobody had played catch with him enough for him to get the skill of not being afraid of a fly ball descending on him and hitting him in the face. There was neglect of medical care, neglect of mental health care, and a neglect of emotional support. So there are many different types of neglect that he suffered.
Dr. Cunningham, you specified neglect in fostering autonomy. Please describe the role of fostering autonomy in effective parenting.
Sure. So the job as a parent is to work yourself out of a job. So you are increasingly equipping this child and helping them grow the muscles to take care of themselves, and are titrating kind of what you provide in the service of helping them steadily gain independence, and also making sure that they are absorbing enough love and support that they actually have those inner resources inside. And that aspect of fostering effective autonomy was one that was negatively impacted in some pretty primary ways early in Jeremy's childhood, and in fact continuing on out into his adolescence nearly.
What happens when autonomy is not fostered or supported in childhood?
Then you have someone whose ability to stand on his own feet are not at an age-appropriate level. His ability to exercise boundaries about what's his problem and what's not, about saying no to things that are going to be destructive. So part of what happens with insufficient autonomy is something like this offense.
Dr. Cunningham, what was the first way that Christine, Jeremy's mother, undermined her children's autonomy, and how this fit into her parenting dysfunctions?
Okay, so one of the first expressions of autonomy in childhood is feeding yourself. And you'll see kids trying to demonstrate this when they're, even a year or so old. At some point, they start trying to take the spoon out of your hand and say, "Me do it." And so as you equip them to feed themselves, that's an early practice in the development of autonomy. So Christine, by contrast, as we think about this very early fundamental way that autonomy is encouraged in a child, Christine was continuously breastfeeding for 15 years. It's this baby doll notion. So she nurses Jackie for a year until we have Camille. Then nurses Camille for 2 years until we got Sophia. Then breastfeeds Sophia 2.5 to 3 years till we got Olivia. Then breastfeeds Olivia for over 4 years till we have Jeremy. Jeremy is still being breastfed at age 4 to 5. Now, you might say, well, isn't this evidence that she is just really tied into nurturing these kids? How can you talk about neglect? Well, because of what she does after they're not a baby and she's not nursing them anymore. Well, then there's a general disinterest in the child. And so this is an expression of Christine's dependency needs, that she is significant as she keeps her baby doll. So this is a very early kind of primary autonomy eroding family behavior, parenting, mothering behavior that's occurring here.
Can you explain how weaning a child helps foster autonomy for a child?
Well, sure, because now they are putting food in their own, the child is putting food in his own mouth. He's not getting it from his mother's body. He has that much separation from her. I'm here and I feed myself, and you're here and you feed yourself, And that is no longer something that is fundamentally in common where I'm dependent on you. So that's an early expression of autonomy.
Dr. Cunningham, was there another way that Jeremy's parents failed to foster developmentally appropriate autonomy?
There was.
And what was that other arena?
That was co-sleeping. So Christine's pattern was that until the child was weaned, that child would share the marital bed, be in bed with her and Dean. Now, Jeremy then was sleeping with his parents until the separation, until he's 5 years old. Then after the separation, when he's with Dean for that week, he's in Dean's bed nightly until he's 7 or 8. And then about half the nights on out to age 9 or 10. With Christine, he's sharing her bed until he's 10 years old, until she leaves him. Now, at times, he slept on a futon in Christine's room. There was also a period of time where they moved to a house where he slept in a bunk bed, I think with another sibling in that bunk bed arrangement. But primarily to age 10, he's sleeping with an adult.
Doctor, can you explain the role of child sleeping in his own bed as that helps foster autonomy?
So one of the things that happens is the child is in his own bed, is that then he has to deal with his own fears. He has to soothe himself from his anxiety. He has to manage his own experience separate from the parent. And that, as that is exercised on a nightly basis, the child is developing the capabilities to be an independent being, to tolerate some discomfort, to soothe themselves. That's one of the experiences that is that's providing that. When that doesn't happen, then when the child doesn't have those experiences, then those autonomy muscles don't grow. When I was primarily in clinical practice, I would periodically treat a child with school phobia who was terrified to go to school for fear something would happen to the parents while they were at school and was refusing to go. I might even be talking about running in front of a car if you make me go to school. As I took a history in those families, invariably the child was sleeping with an adult. They were sleeping with their parents or they were sleeping with grandma. And that was a factor that was feeding them the degree of insecurity in those cases that drove that school phobia.
Doctor, I think we discussed this a few minutes ago, but how were deficits in autonomy reflected in Jeremy's participation in this offense?
This is not Jeremy's problem. Chaden is failing Spanish, not Jeremy. Chaden may be impacted on going to an exchange program, not Jeremy. So this is not Jeremy's problem, it's Chaden's problem. Well, that's a boundary issue about who does this belong to. Then that Jeremy is so dependent on a friendship with Chaden that he can't tolerate being separated from him on this agenda, lest Chaden disapprove of him in some way. That's a boundary issue, an autonomy related issue. He outsources the planning to Chaden. Wait, Jeremy, your whole life is in the balance here. This is about you and your life and your outcome. You can't outsource this to somebody else like it's not yours. So that's an autonomy related issue. Subsequently, Chaden has Jeremy push the tarp and the wheelbarrow across town in the middle of the night, which is certainly going to be memorable to anybody who happens to observe that. So Chaden isn't pushing the wheelbarrow and the tarp. He has Jeremy doing that. Well, Jeremy doesn't have enough theory of mind to be questioning, so how come I'm the one who's doing this? And then he doesn't have enough autonomy to say, wait, I'm getting loaded up with this responsibility. Then even as Jeremy is talking about this to peers, both making a statement to Zoe in advance of the offense, would you still care about me if I killed somebody? Then informing John Burnett all about it, and then his two gaming friends. Even that compulsion to talk about this reflects inadequate autonomy of being able to hold this within himself. Just not enough sense of autonomy and boundaries, even to hold his own story without compulsively needing to tell other people about it.
Doctor, did you observe any deficits in Jeremy's autonomy reflected in his behavior following the offense?
Well, that's what I just described about his telling people about it. Again, that he couldn't, well, both Chaden involving him in a major way in the after action behaviors, and then also his compulsively having to share it with other people.
Does Jeremy continue to be delayed in developing age-appropriate autonomy? And if you believe so, can you provide an example of that?
Sure. So, being arrested would not be expected to somehow fix Jeremy's immaturity. There's nothing about being arrested that would suddenly advance you from 16 going on 14 to 16 going on 30. So we would kind of expect to see that he is still immature and that he still has issues with autonomy, that's going to be a vulnerable spot. And in fact, there's an instance in the jail that happens where there is an inmate who's put in with them who is not bathing and who is being disrespectful in other ways, allowing his pants to sag so that his genitals are exposed at times, and then, smells really bad because he's not bathing. And this inmate has been moved from one spot in the jail to another as inmates complain about him. And so the staff then moves him to another section of the jail. This is a typical kind of inmate situation where inmates will advise staff, if you don't move this person, they're going to get hurt. So then they'll move them to someplace else. Well, they moved him around. Finally, they put this guy in the small area that Jeremy and a few other inmates are in, and his guy's still doing the same things. And Jeremy asked the staff to address it, asked them to move him, speaks to them about it several times. And nothing happens. Ask the guy to take a bath, and the guy's unresponsive. The inmate's unresponsive to that. So there's an older inmate who is talking to Jeremy. It's kind of schooling him about how custody works and prison works. This guy's been to prison before, and that what needs to happen is you got to assault this guy. You got to hit him, and then after you do that, then the staff will move him because you've demonstrated he's going to get hurt. So, and that this is what stand-up inmates do, is they take care of business. Jeremy ends up then taking that on, even though his own sentencing case is only 3, 4, 5 months away, even though there's such jeopardy that he's facing, and even though there are other inmates who could certainly do that instead, Jeremy takes this on. So they decide that they're going to both run out of the cell when this guy's out and begin hitting him. The other guy fades and doesn't do it. Jeremy goes anyway and goes out and punches him. That's an example of continued immaturity about looking down the road at how this might really go badly for you. And also that that somebody is talking you into something.
Dr. Cunningham, as we continue to illustrate the neglect characterizing Jeremy's childhood, please provide some examples in the arenas of household and hygiene neglect.
Certainly. So in the household, there were mountains of dirty laundry. The kitchen was always infested with flies and bugs. There were cobwebs in every corner of the room when they were out on the farm. The floor was always dirty. And so the household is in this status of neglect. There was neglect of Jeremy's hygiene as a kid. Until he was an adolescent, he was bathing once or twice a week. Now, it's not the kid's job to decide they need a bath every night when they're 5, 6, 7, 8 years old. That's the parent's job. And he's only bathing once or twice a week. He is often sleeping in his clothes and then wearing them again the next day. There's neglect of just basic child hygiene.
Dr. Cunningham, was there a contributing factor to Christine neglecting the household and to Jeremy's hygiene?
I think there is. I mean, part of it is her own egocentric focus, but additionally, she was depressed. Sophia recalled that her mom would have periods where she wouldn't get out of bed to help with what she would get out of bed to help with the livestock, but that's all she would do. She had a garden, did a farmer's market, but there were days that she just wanted to lay down and be left alone. That's a classic depression presentation.
Doctor, can you please illustrate the emotional neglect Jeremy suffered?
So I've already talked about that his practical care and his nurturance and supervision was abdicated to Jackie. He got little affection after his preschool years. There was inconsistent and only partial support for positive peer involvement. He did have some teams that he played on, but not the routine kind of social engagement that a kid needs. Christine infrequently interacted with him, rarely attended one of his games. And I described Dean was chronically late in picking him up from school.
Doctor, can you please illustrate the physical and emotional abandonment that Jeremy had suffered?
So first, Jackie is amputated from his life as Christine gets involved with Jeff Griggs. And that involvement apparently lasts a couple of years. And over that period of time, he expels Jackie and Sophia from the household. And with that, now Jeremy's primary emotional support person in his sister has been amputated from his life. Jackie tries to make it up to Christine. She sends her flowers. She writes her notes. She's doing things to see if they can't restore communication, both to have a relationship with her mother and also to be able to still be available to Jeremy. And Christine rebuffs all those efforts. She's not having it. And again, likely Jeff is a driving force in that. Then she abandons him for Jeff Griggs when he's 10 years old. And this very precipitously. Jeremy remembers that about 6 months before his mom left, she said something about Fairfield was not a good place to live. And she didn't think she wanted to live there. And then one day she invites him to come over for lunch. And when he gets there, the house is being boxed up. And so he eats lunch with her and Jeff, and then he helps them put things in the boxes and describes that it was pretty surreal about what's going on. That was the last time he saw his mother for a year and a half or 2 years, when he then went for a weekend visit down in Colorado and has never seen her since. So that's what's happening with mom. And then Dean is disfluent about emotionally connecting to Jeremy. He creates aspirations for him and tells him about what he's supposed to do and why, but has difficulty actually relating to him and talking to him. So the characterization was that nobody talked with Jeremy about his emotional experiences.
Dr. Cunningham, how significant is the emotional nurturance from a mother in childhood?
So that emotional nurturance is foundational. That's the foundation that the rest of this person's life and personality will be built on.
Can you provide the court with an anecdote to illustrate this?
So yeah, in terms of a foundation level kind of thing. In my oldest son's first year of life, he had a lot of ear infections. And those would tend to flare up in the night, and he would awaken from sleep crying as his tubes got stopped up, I guess. And so my wife and I would take turns, 2 or 3 hour turns, and would go into the bedroom and pick him up. And if you picked him up and put him on your shoulder and leaned your head over against him, as long as you were up with him and walking, he would stop crying and go back to sleep, but lightly asleep. Because if you just kind of lean back against the dresser, trying to take a little weight off your legs, he starts crying again. So just hour after hour, walking from one corner of the room to the other, patting him to help him sleep. So then he was about 15 months. He had not been walking very long. And he walked over and he picked up the little stuffed monkey doll off his toy chest, and he put it on his shoulder, and he cocked his head against it, and he started walking from one corner of the room to the other, patting the monkey doll. And I turned to my wife and I said, when he has children who cry in the night, and he reacts with nurturance instead of rage, he will have no idea where that comes from. This is where it comes from. This is that foundation that nurturance gives you, that you will later, but he doesn't remember that. You will later draw on that foundation long after the linoleum covers it up and you can't remember it. But that's what you're still drawing against.
What happens when a child instead experiences emotional neglect?
That has an effect of shattering this foundation and creating fundamental vulnerabilities that they will struggle to recover from, that will slow the progression of maturity for them.
How does neglect compare to physical abuse in terms of the emotional injury in childhood?
So neglect is more damaging than acute instances of abuse. And this kind of makes sense if you think about it. The child that is abused potentially may get pretty good nurturance along the way. It's just that their parent periodically loses it on them. With neglect, that's more like chronic emotional malnutrition. You just never do get the groceries. And that ends up being more damaging than those acute instances of abuse. And what happens from that is that there's inadequate stability or security and parental attachments because the kid recognizes their parent is not plugged into them. There's inadequate stability or security in daily life or practical care. You're not getting baths. The household's a mess. You're not picked up on time. Basic physical and emotional needs go unmet. And it ends up distorting the primary structures that childhood is supposed to develop. Kids are very egocentric, and so they experience the world in terms of themselves. And so if there's nobody plugged in to actually be looking after me, then the world seems out of control. And the child feels incompetent. The child is not experiencing his significance in the dedicated minutes and hours that their parents spend nurturing and structuring his experience. It isn't that they're inadequate parents. I must be unimportant. I must be defective. When mom leaves him, that doesn't mean there's something wrong with her. It means he's unlovable. So they're creating these very significant self-definitions. And also, as there is not this external structure that's so important to move from the outside to the inside during childhood, then this individual ends up not having sufficient internal controls about who they are and what they're doing, which is part of what happened in this offense as well. So these kids are at markedly increased risk for psychological disorder, and they're at markedly increased risk for behavior problems in childhood and violent and criminal behavior in childhood and adulthood.
Your Honor, before we get into the next topic, I don't know if it would be appropriate to break for the day or take a short break, but we've been at it for a while.
Any objection to breaking for the day?
No objection. I would just ask about how much time we're estimating remaining with the direct examination of this witness.
We are about 2/3 of the way through the direct examination.
So no objection to breaking then.
Okay, we will recess and reconvene at 9 o'clock sharp tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you.